Nice. Yeah, I saw one of the ones that he had done. Yeah, maybe it was a few months ago. He was doing a couple live shows, and they were really good.
Did you see the one-man band version with the 2 kick drums?
I think. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I've seen him do that.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Shelley Lewis's Flatlanders version 4 series, episode 4 is all about um, Bob and Jaron from Netflix. And you were there, weren't you?
Yeah, I was at the laser test one with
And
Jaren.
can you authenticate Jaron's claim that they chopped it up and that they didn't show what he did successfully? And did you, in other words, did you see any successes that day?
Well, so there were 2 days of filming. They definitely hacked it all up. Yeah, it's all cut up and is, I would say, definitely deceptive editing. And I have a lot of my viewpoints on it and everything. But there was 2 different days of filming. There was the laser test day, which is the first one. So basically, I found out about it because Jaren put on his channel because I was subscribed to his channel and watched a lot of his videos when they came out and all that. So he just released a video like, "Hey guys, we're doing a laser test at a canal. This is where it's at. Anyone who wants to come, you can come." And then he said there was going to be a film crew there, like filming possibly for a documentary, but we didn't know what it was going to be, like whether it was going to be on, whether it would even be released or, but it ended up going to Netflix, of course. So anyway, so there was 2 days. So the first one he announced is the one I went to, the laser test one. But there was a second one that he also announced, but I didn't go to that one for whatever reason because it was like a 2 or 3 hour drive. So it was a bit of a drive for me there and back. So like 5-6 hours total. So I only went to the one. I didn't do the second. Kind of wish I had gone to the second. But so the second one is when he did like the boards with the holes cut out. And that's the interesting thing at the end of it or whatever, when they cut that. That was from that day. So the one I was at was the laser test one, which was the first one.
Because oddly enough, we have a banner that says, if you can see this sign, the earth is flat. And I got hassled by Gem Panda saying, how you guys never light anything up with the laser? And I go, well, if it hits you, you're the object. The camera is the object you're hitting. But I was shocked when I realized we do have a big banner that we've never, quote unquote, lit up. Maybe it wouldn't reflect back anyway. Maybe that's the problem, because we only usually see reflective light. But I still think we have a little bit of work to do on that. Like showing ship-to-ship radar past 7 or 10 miles. I think we really owe it to ourselves to get that done.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And then I'm always fighting for this middle point, like Jaren's, setup, was for the middle point. And I realized, man, if somebody just put a laser on the pilings, the concrete pilings at Pontchartrain power lines, we have plenty of middle point there. We could shoot and see all across the middle. So we could see whether or not we're shooting our light level and if it stays up above the pylons. And hopefully we see that light, in a globe world, that light curved at a different rate than the curvature of the Earth. But in fact, I think the light is going to carry, I don't know, the light might disappear. I'm not sure what it's going to do, but I know I'm fighting to shoot something out there, and I can't believe nobody shot a laser at them power lines.
Although, yeah, I think Rakia had brought that up. Yeah, it's a great idea.
It may not be legal, like you'd have to sort of do it as a quick hit and run, because there is stuff on the other side, which is the joy of working at the Salton Sea or the Salt Flats. Nobody cares what you're doing. The other thing we didn't do is let's go on a ship, pay somebody that works on a cargo ship to shoot us on shore. The reason why we can't see the ship in the distance is because it's not lit up well enough. But if they were shooting back at us, it'd be like boom, boom.
Yeah, that would be cool.
And people really forget, just because we hit the laser, hit the ship out there 10 miles out, it's not necessarily a good surface to reflect back. So we don't see it lit up, so to speak. And I'm so sick of arguing about the diverging beam, like even if it's fully diverged into a huge wide cone, when you see the source, you're seeing the source. So I hate that they're trying to discount the fact that the beam is hitting something. At the same time, I looked at the Monterey Bay stuff kind of closely from a Glober perspective, and we could be hitting the top of the water, but I don't think so. I really don't.
Interesting. I think, yeah, Jaron did one out there as well. One of those first ones he did at Monterey Bay.
It's a good location because the power plant gives you a target. It's really hard to target these distances. You don't know where to shoot, That's why Nat Geo had to pull out the balloon experiment, because they couldn't find it to get started until we found it on the ground, which negated the entire experiment. Like they used the balloons instead of the helicopter. Too bad we saw the balloons on the ground. Oops. Big oops on that one. Yeah, and this Chief Crow, he wasn't really moaning or whining too much. It was groovy.
Yeah, he lays it down. He's awesome. Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Flat Earth, is it Flat Earth? Yeah, Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, right?
Yeah, but there aren't really any earthworms working with him these days.
So it's just more Chief Crow.
Not only that, the dude's got like 3 albums out with his real name and nobody gives a shit. So he kind of wants to dump the Flat Earthworms because Chief Crow does better than his real name. It's more mysterious and has more mystique. He can't sell anything with his real name. So he's kind of looking to phase out the Flat Earthworms so he doesn't freak people out that may be mainstream interested in Chief Crow.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that Flat Earth term is kind of got its own baggage with it.
But he's another guy with a big heart who's not in it for the money and tries as hard as he can to share, Really does. Even though he's an IPSer. The most everyone I hang out with here in person is really kind of a penguin. I mean, not that they got a membership card or anything, but are we in a no penguin zone?
Are penguins still a thing with him? Is that still a thing, or
Not really. I shouldn't even mention it.
that was kind of a fun time though? It was wild. The Blue Wrench crew, and all that. That was a trip. Where he gave everybody a mod role, basically, on the YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know if you know the story, but I ended up threatening him, like him and Mad Mike, to try and like come back to real flat Earth, stop being such jerks about everything. And I told him I was going to unleash Operation White Hammer upon him, which, if you look in chat, was a hat that I found at a thrift store. And I ended up spooking him really bad. He thought it was a big campaign against him, that I was going to defeat the Blue Wrench with the White Hammer. And he ended up blaming me for all this like theft that happened at his show in Vegas. I guess the audio equipment got stolen. And he went and tried to make it seem like I did it, even though they scared me into not going. It was funny. He asked me for like a year later, kept asking me, "What's White Hammer?" I'm all, "Dude, it's a hat. You're afraid of a hat, dude." I kept telling him, "You're afraid of a hat." It was pretty funny. But he's kind of superstitious, so he got spooked when I told him Operation White Hammer was coming to get him.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes, that's your greatest intro. You always say that.
If you can turn yourself all the way down, that would be appreciated because we can still hear you.
So listen, I found a sick way to get pie. You guys want to hear it?
Not really, but I think you're going to tell us anyway.
Yeah, it's awesome. So here's what you do. You get lines. You get some lines, right? Parallel lines that are the same distance apart, like on a sheet of paper or something. And then you get a straight piece that's as long as the width of the lines. They're all the same length, the lines. So you get like a little needle or a toothpick or something, all the same, the length as the lines. Then you just keep throwing the pencil at the paper or the toothpick or whatever you got at the paper. And sometimes it's going to cross. Sometimes the toothpick will cross one of the lines. Sometimes it'll land in between the lines. And there's a ratio in there of how many times you throw it, how many times it lands in the lines or something. And that number, the more you do it, will come out to be pi. That's crazy, right? Isn't that crazy? You can get pie like that? No, you guys aren't interested? All right, forget it.
I completely ignored you. No idea.
Son of a bitch.
So are you saying pi is one of them magical numbers like those other ones?
Yeah, I'm saying pie's magical, bro. No question. Because there's another weird way to get pie too. It's like in physics. You can throw if you got two blocks and one of them's 10 times or 100 times the mass of the other block on a frictionless surface, and you push one into the other one, the amount of times the amount of collisions there'll be is going to equal pi. It's weird. I think there's a way to do it with a coin flip too. Not sure.
Where pi is kind of like a measurement, isn't the Fibonacci thing more of a ratio than an exact calculation?
Well, it's just Fibonacci is a set of numbers, but geometrically it forms the shape that we find in nature a lot. There's definitely something to the Fibonacci sequence, yeah.
Wow,
yeah, it's found everywhere.
Definitely.
Yeah,
It's found in
geometrically.
your DNA. It's found in
also
snowflakes. It's everywhere. In the galaxy, supposedly.
Yeah. No, geometrically, though, I've always told people, and I don't even know if this is true, but I've been telling people this for years. The reason why 4-leaf clovers are rare is because 4 is not a Fibonacci number. I don't even know if that's true. It sounds good, though, right?
Yeah, you know why? You want else? What else sounds good? Do you know why science is full of shit? Because
Why?
the term junk DNA is so arrogant and fucked in the head. You know?
That is so arrogant. I hear you. Yeah. Who are we to know what to think that that's just junk and it does not? Well, they thought the appendix was a vestigial organ for years. Oh,
You know, they didn't.
I
They
mean,
didn't use anesthesia on babies until like 15 years ago or something. During operations and shit, they cut them. They cut them anyway.
yeah, it's crazy.
Science can go brain dead in its focus. You know, just its narrow focus. You may not see what's left and right, and the reaction to circumstances. I just heard this story about this forensic. It was like a Reddit on forensic cases, you know, and what was the surefire thing or something. And this guy noticed that on arms that had small fractures, they were clearly defensive wounds because there was really no way that your arms would get that kind of force without something, a blunt force coming across it. And it created these sort of little fractures that he was able to testify in court were defensive wounds. And then the fucker goes to leave the office. He didn't have gloves. His hands were in his pocket. And somebody called his name. He turned around, slipped and fell. And when they did the x-ray, his underling had noticed that he had the exact same fracture that he had testified in court could only happen as a defensive wound. So it's fucked up when you run with data too hard. You know, data's good, patterns are good. Two things don't make a pattern. That's a coincidence. You know, three things could still be an amazing coincidence, you know. So it's we got to be careful sometimes because everything isn't always a conspiracy either, you know. I got a debate with Ruhif tomorrow on someone else's experiment called Graybeard Mountain, and Ruhif is just going to shit all over it, and they won't be the same piles of shit that other people have in the past. And I'm just going to prove that they keep piling new goalposts and new shit on us all the time. You know, because this guy's telling me I can't measure it on the ground. I got to go 50 meters in the air, 50 miles. Bob, the science guy, says he can do things at 2 miles at a half a mile in his backyard to get 2 inches drop, but I got to go 50 miles. And it's like their double standards are pathetic, and it's just sad because I went to go like figure out quote unquote what we believe and found out there's like 3 flat earth societies. It's like, fuck, nobody's part of them, but there's 3 of them out there. I'm so fucking furious about it. It's like, how are we ever going to agree on anything? It's fucking retarded. I'm going to admit we're fucking retarded. I don't mind admitting it. I'm told I'm not patient enough. But I think we're definitely turning a corner, a new era. You know, Austin's refreshing. He's, you know, him and they have a chance of bringing integrity back to Globebusters. And at least there's a consensus show every week where things get discussed. And maybe we, at least can go over, what's up and what's been going on. I think that has a lot of value. If they're not censoring the fuck out of it. Effie Core's gone. Patricia Steer's gone. There's no one to whine about. IPS gone. Everything's gone.
I mean, they chased her off. Didn't they chase her out of Flat Earth because they thought she was a tranny?
She made the mistake of trying to defend herself all the time. You know,
well, I mean, isn't that why they chased her out of Flat Earth though? Because they thought she was a tranny.
They didn't chase her. It was really because there wasn't any community around her, and nobody stood behind her when it came time to stand behind her. Globebusters still had Antonio on the show, and she fucking couldn't fucking believe it that they would have him on the show after accusing her of having a fucking dick or whatever.
Yeah, so they chased her out of Flat Earth for being a tranny.
No, she split because she didn't feel that there was any strength in the community.
It wasn't because people kept accusing her of being a tranny nonstop?
It was more that she wasn't defended very well because everyone kind of felt she deserved the shit she got for moving to jolly old England to be a queen in the magical land, because she was kind of thinking that way. And everyone told her not to go. And she went, and the dude was pretty much a fraud.
So she left Flat Earth because she moved to England?
She didn't leave Flat Earth then. That's when everyone kind of went, oh, well, you know, she's going to do what she's going to do. So no one had a lot of sympathy when she came back.
I could have swore she left because people kept accusing her of being a tranny. I mean, maybe I remember it wrong, but
well, it was a whole bunch of trolling and harassment and vile outlash that, yeah, I think that was he hurled upon her, yeah, for a lot of reasons. But you know, some of these like trolls that want to just troll, and they were like, every time she would be on anything, there would just be like people in the text chat typing the most crazy toxic, you know, assaults at her. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of like her story. There was like this at least the way she described it. I mean, what the full situation is what it is. Perhaps could be the same or separate from her story. Nonetheless, she wrote like a whole thing. It was like, do you ever hear that, Dan? It was like,
the one when Karen B wrote it, her whole farewell. And she did an interview with some dude. She didn't really write it. She did an interview with some dude.
Well, Karen
B read it.
Karen B read it, but I thought she wrote it, right? Or
well, it was her interview. It was the guy, you know, with the dude. The guy started asking the questions, and she decided to tell the story.
It was her speaking. It's like a transcript of her in the interview. Is that? Jeremy.
My bad.
She's a woman, for one thing. And she got fucked by the same thing. The community's fucking lame. The community's super rugged and not together, not helpful, you know? It really ain't that cool. So, I mean, what good is it for her to come around, basically? I got a statement out of her recently regarding how she's doing. If you guys want to hear it, I could read it to you. I go, man, a lot of people would want to know how you're doing. And she goes, well, tell them this or whatever, you know. I don't find her to be secretive, and I find her and Mark Sargent both to be honest to a fault sometimes. And they both accuse each other of being shallow these days. Here's her summary, okay, Gio? She goes, well, I'm single. I don't date. I barely leave my house. I get annoyed by normies, but hold it in. And I'm just reading a lot and listening to videos, working on myself. So yeah, lonely for a world that doesn't exist. Never existed.
Are you guys watching something now?
Chief Crow from yesterday.
Okay.
Is it too loud or too soft or what?
No. Just I didn't want to interrupt anything. It's all good.
No, we're not. He's just playing it, I think, on his own. He's sharing the screen.
Okay, because they're bugging me on they're bugging me in the live chat. It's amazing they haven't heard of the baby galaxy paradox. Are you guys serious? Ed, Zeptep, Blue. Seriously, you haven't been keeping up with your paradoxes and your cosmology.
Tell him to get in VC. Well, Ed's in here.
Yeah. All right, I'll say it again. Your James Webb Telescope, gentlemen, made an astonishing discovery. They found, just 500 million years after the Big Bang, massive galaxy formations which shouldn't be there by any account. They're the size of the ones that are 13.5 billion years from that location, and some of them are like a few times the size of our own galaxy. So that's a big problem in your cosmology. There you go, plain and simple. If you have any questions, I have 10 minutes before I go for a drive.
Hey, Essie, what do you think of the name, the Global Delusion, for a book title?
He's going for a drive to your mom's house.
That's a good name.
Yeah, I think that's basically the title, the Global Delusion.
I call them delusional all the time, so that for me that works just good. So I hope you understand now, Zeptepi, and everybody that was bothering me in the text. Still didn't hear a paradox. Well, then you're not listening. No, it wasn't unexpected. It totally blows your cosmology out of the water. In other words, those galaxies should not be there according to your cosmological model. So whether you can see it or not, I don't know, but that's a big problem for you guys. Yeah, let's see how many of you are going to make him money tonight. I wonder. Let's see how much money he's going to make off you guys.
I wonder how many plants are going to be in the audience.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll get a guy in there saying the light goes in through your left and out through your right eye.
What are we talking about? I like plants. I like plants more than people sometimes.
Can't make babies with plants.
Nope.
Hey, Jeremy, I've got a chapter in the book for you. It's called The Janitor's Perspective.
There we go.
How
Perfect.
How do you like them apples, Jeremy?
Cleaning house, bro. Cleaning house.
Mopping the floor with them. Yeah, absolutely, bro. As if heads were paying attention, you know, we'd all be in a better place, I think.
You should have a chapter called Garbage Men, Janitors, and Cement Layers. Cement, yeah.
I'm starting to honestly think most of those guys in the trades are sometimes smarter than the ones running the institutions.
Oh, I could take any one of my teachers to school right now. Absolutely. Did you, Essie? Did you hear that awesome way to get pie that I said earlier?
No, I missed that one.
Bro, so say you got a piece of white paper, and you draw lines across it, and the lines are all the same distance apart. And then you get a little matchstick or a toothpick or something, and you make it so that the length of the wood of the toothpick is as long as the lines are, right? Then you just keep throwing the toothpick at the paper, and you mark down how many times it lands in between the lines and how many times it crosses the lines. There's a ratio of how many throws you did to how many landed in between the line or something. I forget the exact mathematical way to figure it out, but it'll give you pie. Pretty neat.
Toothpick
Very
pie.
interesting.
Toothpick.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird that pie would show up like that somewhere else in that weird way. I don't know.
You mean pie or phi? Which one are we talking about?
PI 3.14.
Okay.
3.14. How loud's that garbage truck? You better get your ears checked.
Yeah, too loud that we got to change the muffler, hanging in the back of the truck. Fucks up the ear.
Yeah, isn't that weird that pie would show up like that from throwing a piece of length of something at a line thing? Like, it's weird.
That's true. That is weird. Yeah. You sure the fumes from the janitoring didn't affect your head while you were doing that?
I know. A lot of chemicals over here. What's it called? Let me try to find the video.
Is he chopping for everybody or just me?
Chop, 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 chop.
Chop, chop.
Yeah, he's a robot. I might be too. I don't know. I'm on the road. Anything interesting happened over the past couple hours? I had to hone in on some work.
I heard there's been another train wreck, if that means anything to you.
Are you talking about relativity or like actual train wreck?
I don't know. I didn't look it up.
All right, now I'm confused. So, was there actually a train wreck, or are you talking about Over's getting wrecked by Jeremy's stakes on the train?
I don't know. I heard somebody talking about it. I wasn't.
Gotcha. Probably stakes on a train. What are you streaming, Dan?
In here, top of the list.
Yeah. I can't watch it. I'm driving. I was just wondering what you're streaming.
Yeah, Dan, the audio is kind of like pulsating through. Like we can't hear it fully, but it's kind of like back, like in and out. It's what it sounds like. I think when you're lighting up, it must be like just picking it up. But it also kind of sounds like we can't quite hear it.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it through the window though? Like,
oh yeah,
this...
yeah. If people join it, they can listen to the audio through that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So I can kill it off here entirely. I can kill it off.
Yeah.
What's up, Napalm?
I just asked, how's it going?
Yeah, good, man. How about you?
Good, good, good. Just busy as usual, but
Nice. Yeah, by the way, Dan, I just joined it, and actually, there is no audio on the stream. Actually, so yeah, it's actually not coming through.
I think because I turned it down. How about now?
Still not coming through the main one though. On the actual screen share, yeah. Unless it's something on my end, but like I don't hear like.
Nah, I'll work it out another time.
Yeah. Illumination station. That's awesome. What is the 481.33? Is that like the hertz or something?
Oh, good point. I don't know. He talks in code sometimes. I'll type it in. We'll see. .481.33, huh? That's funny because in chat I typed in a bunch of important numbers because that's the one of his lines.
I love that. A bunch of important numbers.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's awesome, dude. It's hilarious. His videos are great. All of his content's awesome. He's on fire, that guy.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms.
Flat Earth Word?
He's done a real good job of transitioning to doing everything himself, because that's why he had Flat Earthworms, was like, like to free him up to play other instruments. Now he's sequencing it himself. Is that what that's called? Sequencing? Something like that. I don't see 481.33 coming up anywhere interesting.
Yeah, Napalm, if you haven't heard his music, dude, he's awesome. He have you heard any of his?
I haven't.
Any of his? Yeah.
Yeah, I have not. No.
He's got a bunch of really good ones.
Yeah, he's
Is it
got
like-
two or three strong styles. Like he's got an aggressive nature, and then this sort of like soothing nature, and they both have their appeal.
Is it like original stuff or parody or what is it?
It's funny you say that because I almost feel like it's both. Well, they're not parodies; they are originals. But maybe Dan knows what I'm. It's almost like there's like a parody quality to it, but he's not parodying anyone else's work. It's all original. But it's almost like a playful commentary in a way of the. It's hilarious. Like he's just like the samples that he does and the little cuts and it's very clever. Very like, especially like for people that know about a lot of this information, like it's.
And the original I'm an Occult got taken down because of the Dick Van Dyke Disney portion in it. So that's why you don't see that too much. I'm just posting it in chat now. And he's redone that so many times that he kind of enjoys redoing it now. But it doesn't have the same feel, and I was honestly frightened by the song. I mean, I may be a pussy, but Flat Earth Fokker scared me too. Just that song and Fokker, when I first came around, made Flat Earth seem scary.
Okay, like Canadian guy, Flat Earth Fokker, that passed away?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like just his approach or like his style of talking to people or what?
Well, he looked like an Indian, and he'd be packing a mohawk, and he was wild-eyed like he was swinging.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You were intimidated by his persona.
He was pretty wild-eyed too. Yeah. I mean, he was pretty sweet, but I didn't know that. And also, I didn't know that the Flat Earth, the I'm an Occult song was from the position of the normies. It wasn't from the position of Flat Earth.
Gotcha.
So when we're chanting I'm an Occult, it's mockery. But if you don't know that, there's no way to know that from the outside.
Well, the way that song is, I always took that as a commentary, on basically, in a sense, kind of heliocentric globe earthers, and the cult connection there, because the way he sings it, it's like this background kind of whispering voice, and it's saying, I'm not in a cult. So it's going, I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. Like it kind of does it rhythmically as if someone's telling themselves that, like, I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. And then right after that, this like the beat drops and there's this like didgeridoo sounding, like almost demonic, but kind of a didgeridoo sounding voice where it's like, I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. So it's like first it's like the guy telling himself like, I'm not in a cult. And then it's like, yes, you are. Yes, you are. It's very artistically on point.
Nice.
And the lyrics are like, they're not gibberish, but it's like, pine cone 33 like a dirt bike, like a pine cone, you know, and he's making references to the pineal gland and Masons and all kinds.
A lot of like inside baseball for people that follow certain things within the internet world, I guess you could say, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
But
there's like a part with Eric Dubay where it's like yoga pants, something. It says like yoga, something about yoga. Yeah.
But but it has shock value. That's all I'm saying. It had shock value.
Nice. Maybe I'll have to check it out and see if that's something that I can throw at normies just to get their brains.
No,
thinking.
you want to use his album. His album's got 4 or 5 songs on it that are totally listenable, totally non-offensive, and really on point, on Flat Earth point. Great songs, bunches of them.
Well, I've got a guy that I've talked about this subject with for, I don't know, like almost 10 years now at work. But it's just like here or there kind of conversations, and especially since I've been remote mostly for the last 5 years, you know, not as much in-depth conversation, just conversations here or there on video calls and stuff. But we have conversations about a lot of different stuff. And recently I was telling him, I was like, let me send you, like, I want to send you some stuff so you can dive into this, and then we can maybe have a little bit more in-depth conversation. And he's like, honestly, I don't know if I have time for anything, or I don't know if I'd be interested the way you might be interested in some of the stuff you're sending. He's like, I'd rather just have a time where we get together, have a beer, chill out, sit outside, and talk for 4 hours. I was like, okay, that's cool. That's a cool approach. But if I could send them a song or something here or there that just gives them 5 minutes to like not have to necessarily think about it, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At least get him thinking about certain things, because he's on board with a lot of stuff and has come around with a lot of things over the years. To where it's only a matter of time before he just is like, yeah, no, I get it. It makes sense. You know, he's a big space nerd. It's hard when people are big space nerds and like comic book people. It's sometimes hard for them to grasp this.
Yeah, it's like you get into the lore. You get into the lore of it all.
Yeah.
With heliocentrism and the space and the planets, and yeah, it can be captivating in that sense. I mean, I love the idea of exploring and the idea that you could just go up in the sky and then just shoot through some big open vacuum, and there's all kinds of other balls of worlds out there. I mean, it plays into that kind of human desire for exploration and discovery.
Yeah, it does, and unfortunately it takes it off world when there's probably some we could be doing on world. All right, I gotta run. I gotta go play soccer. I'll talk to you guys in between soccer and hockey.
All right, Napalm. Have a good games.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you.
Man, I dispatched a guy to do my work today for me, you know, and he generated $680 worth of shit of income. I'm going to pay him $250, and it might cost me $100 at the most of materials. So I made over $200 today, and someone else did the work. That's got to be the right formula. And he's happy, and the customer's happy.
What did that guy do? I'm trying to
All
make
he-
$200 a day.
changed water filters for me. Went up to a customer's house and changed their water filters. Basically, I get $150 for a service call. And because I wanted to, I wanted this guy to do it, he got like $75 of that. He got half of it. And he went on 3 calls. And one of them, he sold a bunch of shit that I never would have sold. The guy should have gotten a new system. Instead, my guy totally rebuilt it and came back with $305 on that account. I'm like, whoa, what did you do? So I just brought it back up to spec. I'm all, okay. He goes, fuck it, man. We're here to sell stuff. I'm like, okay. I'm so not in the habit of selling stuff. But I counted it up, man. He brought it $680 in. Like I said, it might cost me $100 of material, so that's like $580 coming in. Then I'm paying him $250. I made over $250. I made $280. It looks like.
Hey Dan, the Waterman, can I ask you your opinion on something?
Yeah, this data.
Yeah, bro. What's up? How you doing?
Hi.
So I got a title.
I didn't know it was like you to ask anyone's opinion. What's up?
Fair enough. Fair enough. I just doing a what would you call it, a synopsis of the book that I'm about to release, and I just wanted to read the back of it for you to get your opinion on it.
Sweet. Go for it.
Are you curious about conspiracies? Have you ever encountered people who so passionately believe we're living on a spinning water ball? They debate flat earthers every day, all day, and sometimes lie about their own very beliefs. These people demand the space ball is believed in because of space pictures or that Columbus sailed the Earth. Therefore, you must believe it's a globe. What if it's not? And what if what you've been told is not entirely true? What if your conspiracy friend has valid points? If your conspiracy-minded friend has piqued your interest, they might have mentioned topics like Flat Earth, WEF, Agenda 2030, NWO, Illuminati, secret societies, gene therapy, cashless society, and social credit scores. This book allows you to enter their world and get a glimpse on just what it takes to go against the grain of society. From flat earthers to anti-flat earthers, this book is a perfect gift for anyone intrigued by what the truth of the world actually is.
I think at the beginning you mentioned the ball too quick, and the list of other conspiracies. I think you could rag on the term conspiracy and where you're coming from a little bit more at first before you hit them with the ball stuff and spinning that. Hit them more with.
I'll reverse the text. So I'll start with, if your conspiracy-minded friend has piqued your interest, blah, blah, blah. And then maybe I'll just I'll just reverse the paragraphs there.
That's what I was looking for when I heard it right when you first started. I went, oh, we hit it too hard without describing anything about conspiracies. Because some people, the word conspiracy came so fast that some people might tune out right that second.
That is the catch, right? So I'm trying to paint a broad stroke, if you will, without giving. Yeah, it's hard to do.
I would think closer about what other conspiracies inspire people, in terms of a catchphrase in there. Not sure.
Well, here's what the inspiration is for the paragraph.
Politics and religion, right? Mention politics and religion. Just in
mention some better conspiracies: 9/11, the moon landings, JFK,
or politics and religion.
Well, I begin a chapter of that was the before, let's say, Donald Trump 2016 fake news came into play. That was the staple: JFK, 9/11, right? Like Jekyll Island, fiat currency. It was a zeitgeist, right? I mean, that was kind of the initial birth of it all. That was the, and then as Flat Earth came in, you had an introduction of other gods, and of course, polished lined up videos, polished one after another, bringing an argument that basically was discussed for thousands of years, and then actually each argument that was rehashed was purposely rehashed, right? So it wasn't organic, in other words.
Did you hear Austin talking about how Amazon can help him with publishing?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to publish it on Amazon. I'm just about to it's ready to go. I just have to finish the title and the synopsis.
Now, people are pretty lame overall. So every image you have in there, whether it's the front, the back, or any illustrations, are going to be very powerful. Pictures are definitely worth 1,000 words in these cases. Like, people don't grasp as well unless they see it. I remember a phone number if I see it,
Yeah, I mean, it's not definitely a visual, but it highlights the basic. So if you're going to look at the basic of it, because it takes if you're really going to get into the argument and the debate, it takes years to understand, right? Nobody's going to walk and understand relativity or any of the progression from flat space to curved space, right? And the reason, the arguments. I mean, it takes a lot of reading and fucking a lot of videos, man. So to compress that, to have that even discussed, is kind of like, it takes a certain type of person to even read that kind of book. So the approach was a little less academic based, but more of a story in a way that it highlighted both positions, and that the reader to decide based on the responses, individuals in the arena, if you will, the gladiators of the time, having their opinions stated when asked questions. And so the collection of those opinions stated over a period of time will paint a picture of, the story for the reader. And so if the reader pays attention to the story that's there, because the story is generally not supposed to be, it's not biased. It's just what's happening. Right?
And you said I got a whole chapter in your book, and Dan ain't even in it.
No, I'm just joking with that. I'm just pulling your leg, bro. You're asked questions. You responded. I mean, it's just your. So,
Wouldn't it be cool to have AI draw it out, like storyboard it?
So I did get ChatGPT to read some of it. It understands my point, my position. It tells me that I'm going against. I'm going against mainstream in some scenarios. And then if I ask it to, bullet point my paragraphs, it does it. It picks up what I'm putting down. So, do
you think it could draw it page, like if you gave it 20 keywords out of a page?
Oh, I don't know. I tried the ChatGPT, the AI drawing version. I'm not. It's more frustrating to use. It never really. I can't get any good images out of it.
It's a language, yeah. You have to speak it almost like HTML was a language.
Are they done proofreading your book?
Unfortunately, they're not. So I'm kind of hanging on these two fellas here, and they're not getting paid or anything. It's just kind of like buddies reading the work, and so I just kind of almost 300 pages.
Wow, that's a big one.
So
I think proofreading 300 pages, they usually do the first proofread like within the first week, and then they can condense it down to like 2 or 3 days if they're getting paid.
Yeah, exactly, right. And so when I reached out, I mean, $25 a page, that's a pretty pricey book to get edited.
Yeah. I know 2 proofreaders. Well, I knew 2 that when I was in college, that's how they made money. They didn't work for a company. They just proofread because that's what they were good at. People trusted them. I don't know if they went on to do that for a living, but some people make a lot of money doing it.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's a lot of effort to write and tell a story and try to tell it in a way that you're not you cannot but have feelings attached to some of the things you're being exposed to, because ideally it's the first time you're ever hearing it. And you either have an like a shock moment, like no, kids can't be, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter what it is. It's just if it's outside of your box, it's going to come as
Well,
a
if you're
like.
you're writing a biography, autobiography, they make sure you're in the right form, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? They're going to make sure you stay in
Oh
that
yeah, the format. Yeah, yeah. Of course, they're
format.
going to be like, "Hey, you're kind of being repetitive here. There's a little bit of that there." You know what I mean? Yeah, that would be nice to have that because I know that because of over the years of, I guess, accruing the data, you're going to have repeat patterns and scenarios that are all tied together. So it's like you might read one chapter and then there'll be another chapter that has a part of that other chapter because it's relatable. You know what I mean? So kind of that's the kind of stuff that I was looking forward to have edited is how I cross like tied it together, if you will.
How'd you do it? You did it in a storyline, like a storybook format, or like just
Just as an observer, being let's say.
So you're
Like,
the observer telling a story, basically, or
that's
telling
it.
the.
It's got to be a pop up. It's got to be a pop up. Rocky is not going to
There's
read
a
it.
couple of pop-ups in there. I told you that already.
The Seinfeld coffee table book. That's a coffee
Right.
table.
So again, it's in the same vein as Gerard Hickson, Gleason. I was inspired by those guys because when I was exposed to Mark Sargent and Eric Dubay, I don't know what it is, but I didn't feel good watching them. Like there's something off with it, right? So I decided to go to Library of Congress because that's where everything was. And so I just kind of like watched or read all the material from there, not all of it, but you know what I mean? Went through it over the years and learned the stories and the argument. And I was fascinated by it all because they don't necessarily lie to you. They tell you the story, but because of the way pop culture is and the way they think and the way they drive it home, it's just the mind is like so easy malleable. Like it's so you think that you have control of your own mind. You think that you do. You know what I mean? But when you realize how easy your mind can be manipulated when you read all this stuff, sometimes you got to go like, "Holy shit, what's going on here?" You know what I mean? I don't
Dude,
know if you guys know what I'm talking about.
music, tones, everything manipulates the mind. People are so easily manipulated.
Well, that's what blew me away the most because, of course, I had to look at myself, which was the scariest part about it, right? Because I was polarized. I did get polarized to certain things, especially when they were blaming like 9/11 on Muslims, right? All this other stuff, right? They purposely polarize people on the internet. And what I mean by not being like naive or whatever, I wasn't like into any of that stuff, like internet, nothing. I was like an organic guy. I played guitar and sang. That was my thing. I didn't go on the internet. I didn't look at the Black Mirror for 6 hours a day. You know what I mean? Maybe 12 hours a day. Fuck.
Steel buildings don't fall that way. I challenge anybody to build a building out of popsicle sticks and get it to fall like that. Am I in the right chat?
Yeah.
I mean, they showed you like what the beam was like seared off like at a 45-degree angle. Like what what was the angle it was sheared off at? I mean that happens naturally.
45. Yeah, at the exact angle that they would if they were demoing with explosions. And they were saying, oh, that was after they were cutting people. They wouldn't cut it at a perfect angle to cut people out. They would just freaking torch it. I was in pipe fab forever. You know how much, effort it takes to get something like that? That's a shape charge, 100%.
Well, whatever the case is, that was that was basically your meat and potatoes of conspiracies in the beginning, right? I mean, what were labeled conspiracies. When Donald Trump came in and introduced fake news, and I figured this out too. I don't know what it's called in Canada, but a guy reminded me here in one of the chats. It's the Munn-Smith Act. It was like 1930 World War II or 1930s. Yeah, it was like prep for World War II kind of thing where you could use media for propaganda purposes and the media can't be sued and all this other stuff.
Yeah, they made it legal.
Yeah, it basically made what. So Obama did that in 2014 and Justin Trudeau did it in 2015. And then all of a sudden Donald Trump came. So this is what I'm writing about, right? Because I'm just subjected to it. So
Fake
I'm not
news.
I'm not. Well, I don't know what
why he
it is.
didn't say propaganda though. Do you? Like, why wouldn't he say they're using propaganda against you? Because that's the actual truth. It is fake news, but that's propaganda. That's what propaganda is.
Well, it's purposely for division, right? Meanwhile, they're dividing each group more and more. They're dividing Christians, they're dividing Muslims, they're dividing whatever it is, whatever religious order they're going to divide, right? So just as a plain observer, not trying to get polarized, but it's a byproduct of, and also like if you have character faults, like you like arguing, that's probably one of my character faults is that I get off and probably arguing, or else I wouldn't show up, right? So you also learn that characteristic about yourself, and the behind that, the reason why you're here behind that. Some say entertainment. Well, then you got to think, well, you're here to hear people humiliate other people, and that's your form of entertainment. That's kind of weird thing too, right?
It's psychopathic is what it is.
Well, yeah, but I mean, lawyering up, or the idea of being a lawyer, acting like a lawyer in debate is being a philosopher, if you will. Legalism, a form of legalism, I guess. It's entertaining, right? It is kind of entertaining to kind of use words and phrases and semantics, and especially if you have a really good argument. That's fun. That's the Greeks did. That was the whole thing.
Fucking mental masturbation, though. It's stupid. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, most of it is, and I'm guilty of that as well too, right? But for character purposes, to kind of like, because you're kind of like experimenting with ideas, right? I mean, and the idea is that if you use certain language and certain phrases, that maybe you can, win the person over with, the way you deliver it, the way you say it, right? So it's like a finessing. Like sophistry is bad, obviously, and then we're all somewhat in that arena where we all hear it. So breaking that sophistry is also fun as well, right? When you hear that sophistry, calling it out is also fun.
Well, you can't beat it. You can point it out, but if you're not a sophist yourself, you're not going to beat it. So no matter how intelligent they are, Kosho, Xana, they all show these tactics that you can't defeat, right? The normal everyday person listening to it are going to side with them no matter what. That's what it's all about.
That's also entertaining. I mean, I've been thinking about it for the last little bit, not like incessantly, but every so often it would pop in my head where the Prime Minister of Canada was fascinated with flat earthers. Like he's fascinated with it. So does that mean he's listening in on it? Like, is he getting secondhand information, or is he listening on? Like, listen, because if you think about it, he would want to listen to it because he's part of the entity in the body that released it to Canada, right? He's essentially part of that process because it can't be just coincidental that they change.
Yeah. It's a controlled release. It's seeping out the what's it called, the steam from the pipe, because they know that the steam pipe's about to let everything out at some point, right? Flat Earth is going to get like
no. They need categories. They need categories, and they need it's conspiracy theories is one. Flat Earthers is another now. So now you have another for whatever reason, if you don't even agree with.
They're going to pigeonhole us to like religious zealots and violence and all that stuff.
Yeah, they need a new category, right? So
I can't believe they haven't already done that. You know what I mean? Like that hasn't been their one pathetic little bitch loser card that they, are going to play.
They have to create it, but they obviously are listening in on it. So if they're part of it, they're enjoying it, right?
That's why I involved my expletives. Anyway, continue.
So just being a human being subjected to all that stuff and trying to analyze it all in a way that you do it so you're not being overly religious if you are, or being agnostic if you are, whatever, just representing it for what you see it as it is.
Yeah, so, you know what, I like that. It's a sharpening of your own sword. The more society and your fellow man, and even especially people here that we try to argue with, it shows you how not to behave and what you need to do to make sure that anybody can get this information, anybody can absorb it, and you can't run from it.
Well, anybody has to just read The Alchemist, or read what Ptolemy said, how he developed the globe model. He tells you how he did it, right? And the idea is that without the idea that the horizon is due to sphericity of the Earth, he wouldn't be able to continue on with his model. But the problem is while he says that, he admits that he has to take the Earth as a whole to get that effect, because each step along the way he has a presupposition, which is an admission that it's not, the horizon is not due to Earth curve. It's obviously a perspective point that he's taken and turned the whole Earth into a sphere with. But while you're doing that, each section in reality is a planar surface, and that's what he admits in his writings. And he also admits that the Earth is stationary; it's not rotating. Or he said, sorry, pardon me. It would be absurd if the Earth was rotating. He stated.
Well, it's kind of this genius, the dilemma. Sorry, I'll stop after this. It's the dilemma that he puts people in, or that thought process puts people in, because what you're doing, it's the same thing with the moon or anything. It's unfalsifiable. You make any claim about what's over there, what's creating that line these miles away, what really is doing that. No one can prove that, because what you're seeing is a perspective thing. You won't see the same thing from the other vantage. You'll see something completely different. The atmospheric conditions are way different at that horizon. So you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't visit the horizon you're looking at, so you can't verify what's causing that line, no matter what.
Well, that's proof right there.
That's not necessarily true, because the idea of falsification is taking the premise and applying tools around that premise to whether or not you can. It's like the black swan sort of thing, right? Where you have all the same results, but this one result, it nullifies all the other results, indicating that just that one result proves that you might have a paradox here, right? And so this is what the horizon is the paradox that you state. But the thing is when we make a measurement, this is where we can falsify the measurement. This is when you say it's unfalsifiable. In this case, the 1.22 or the 1.32, which is the if you put your 1 foot you put your head above the ground 1 foot, you got the horizon 1.22 miles, 1.32 miles away. This is a measurement value, not due to perspective, but to do the shape of the Earth, and that's the claim that is falsifiable, because we can change optics, and now we know the measurements aren't true. So that's the difference with the horizon, I think, fundamentally.
Yeah, I guess what I meant to say, yeah, because that changes it for me. Man, it's like how do we convince somebody to stop wanting to believe and therefore project that belief?
Here's the thing, though: the sphere is not inherently evil, like the way that Ptolemy points it out. A geocentric Earth
mentality is.
No, it's the what would be is the utter exception, or the utter acceptance, and just blind belief.
That's what I mean.
Because there's a consensus to a reality. The thing is that nobody's actually taught their present reality. So intentionally, the magic spell, as it would be putting the mind into cognitive dissonance. But that's not true, because for the most part, people in reality, when they're asked questions like, how far away is the horizon? They will say 30, 40 miles. But in the argument here, it's only 3 miles, which is ridiculous when you tell them that it's only 3 miles away, they go, no, it's not 3 miles away. That's ridiculous. It's like they feel the Earth is really tiny, right? Yeah. Even though they still adhere to the spherical Earth, when they're given the actual argument that we hear here, and apply the math into reality of their perspective point, if you will, their private perspective, they don't agree with it. They agree with flat earthers. But that's the fun part, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it is at the end of the day, and maybe goes back to your point that I don't come here for entertainment value, but I can always expect to be entertained. I hope that makes sense.
I haven't found anything as stimulating as talking about a quantum particle field that has like light, matter, and energy in it. And I mean, it's every kid's sci-fi dream growing up. I mean, I loved outer space. That's probably why I'm here. Is I love the whole concept of outer space and the whole thing. And that's probably why I'm so hard to please now, is because the more I actually learn about natural physics and laws, but within my own reason, I need a little bit more than just what I've been given to believe in a paradigm. that a man can go to Mars.
Well, and to be fair on society hasn't prepared a lot of information for you to wake up to. So, it's just an uphill battle all the time.
Oh, there's only so much I can prove in my little tiny bubble of a world, right?
Yeah.
So with what the controllers have and what they can do, obviously, I have no dog in this fight, man. I'm just here to observe and report and not get polarized and tell a good story honestly, because there are people like Gerard Hickson, who's just a man telling his belief and his opinion and his experience. And so I don't find any malice in the sphere or the flat. It's just maybe the connotations that go along with controlling the mind and what that does to people's, I guess, choices, like their overall disposition. You know what I mean? How they manage, how they choose what they choose. It reminds me of 12 Monkeys with Brad Pitt. There's a scene in the movie with Brad Pitt, 12 Monkeys anyway. He grabs the globe model and he says something like in regards to, they gave us a model, da-da-da-da, whatever. And then he throws the globe model to the ground. So there's things like that when you kind of start questioning the cosmology and questioning how they, got their information, then you start seeing things like that you never saw before. And another point, and I'm going to stop, I swear, is the music video, Pop Goes the World. Funny stuff, man.
Who was it by?
Pop Goes the World. Oh, shit. Just had the name in my head. I don't know. You have to look it up. I can't remember.
All right. Anyway. Pop Goes the World. Like, it explodes. The globe explodes.
Well, he's dancing on a flat Earth map, right? In the music video,
this is a lot of that Sweet Dreams one with the Eurythmics.
Exactly. So it's just kind of funny because it's like the argument existed, but it was never really put into the curriculum. It was more like when creationism was thrown into school, there was no more argument or no antithesis to challenge the paradigm, right? It was just, this is your paradigm and that's it.
Yeah, it's whoever gets to the party first can tell the story that everybody, it's like the first story you hear, then that's going to be the story that sticks. And a lot of times it doesn't. It's all about what feels best after it sticks, and most people don't want to change their worldviews, because that means a lot of personal deep dives and staying in the deep end of the pool about a lot of shit. And I don't blame people for shying from that so much, but I do wish people had a little bit bigger balls, thicker skin for it. But anyway, I gotta run. I'm getting off work, but good talking to you guys.
Skater.
And I love the shit you say. I wish there was traction for all that energy to take hold. I think traction's actually a good, because there's nothing lacking in the engine, the motor, the driver, the equipment.
I'm building a family right now, so that's where my energy's going. I'll just put it to you that way. But yeah, I mean, I agree totally.
Maybe it's just that simple, though. Just like there's been times when Formula One or NASCAR had nightmares with tire construction, and it was literally impossible to go fast. So maybe there's something in the design of our communication that'll make it stick, and we could stay on the road at the, not speed, but at the mental rate that we're communicating, especially when we're way past one and we lose our patience for one. When we figure out how to kick it out of flat Earth and into why they're really asking you, because they're asking you because they want to know why you think, not what you think, but why you think. because they know you're going against the grain. They don't give a shit about what the subject really. They're just fascinated by how you do it, how you propel. Like the salmon, like we look at salmon going upstream. We are a bunch of fuckers swimming upstream. And I suppose we're going to die when we get, but it'd be nice to put forth a better cycle, that isn't mired in falsehood. There was a time when you tell your kids or something, trust your gut, man, just trust your gut. And since 2020, they've thrown away what normal is so badly that you can't get a bead. A new generation wouldn't even have a bead on what was normal anymore. So they couldn't really trust their own feelings on something. Because you walk up to someplace now and it's like, oh, is this the right door? It's closed during this hours. It's always something goofy. When you go somewhere and you got to pay attention now just to see if it's you or the equipment. It sucks. I mean, there's a small chance I'm whining but 2020 was shocking. I thought everyone would wake up that day. I thought like, whoa, they're going to see now that there is conspiracies, that there is big people who make big plans for us. And it didn't really happen that way. Not even close. As a matter of fact, the momentum seemed to go the other way. With people wanting more and more to be part of the system. I mean, and on top of that, they paid people. Here's $1,200. Here's big loans. They literally paid people to shut the. Remember, they were even paying for shots for.
You cut out, but one country was giving out blowjobs. You got the jabby jab. Was it Denmark or Sweden? One of them crazy countries.
I guess President Lyndon Johnson was notorious for going to Mexico to get BJs. That's why they called him LBJ. Come on, did I cut out on that one too?
Nah, we hear you.
LBJ? LBJ?
Yo, there's a way to write a whole book. If you have a stick and you put one notch in it, you could fit a whole book on that one stick. I'm gonna post it in chat right now. This guy's fucking TikTok channel is amazing.
So can you summarize the throwing of the little stick? And you're saying that all the averages work out to pi? Or I don't get it. You're throwing it 1,000 times. It lands in different directions or different areas, right? So I don't understand it.
Well, if you check the last TikTok I posted before this one, it's got just the line paper and the little stick, and there's a green box on it. It's called Buffin's Needle Problem. Yeah, the more you throw the little matchstick at the line paper, the closer it'll get to pi.
Yeah, that's the one I watched. I was just like, rather. When you
Yeah,
say
it's neat.
The closer you get to
Like
pi,
the more you throw the stick, the more digits you'll get of pi. If you do it 1,000 times, you might get 3.141 or something. But then if you do it 10,000 times, you get 3.1415. You know what I mean? You just keep getting more digits of pi the more you throw the stick.
Just dividing by 2? Like, isn't it just yes and no? What are the two factors here?
Well, it's either going to land. It's either going to land in between the lines, or it's going to land so it crosses one of the lines, and then you just keep track of that, and then you divide one of them to how many times you threw it, and then that comes up to pi. It's fucking weird. No, that guy's TikTok channel is fucking amazing. He's got all kinds of neat shit in there. Sierpinski triangles and shit.
You think you can fold a piece of paper more than 7 times?
Oh, the thing with what's up?
Are you anywhere near a piece of paper?
Not
Take out
really.
a regular piece of paper. You think you can fold it more than 7 times? Any size.
If I had a hydraulic press, yeah. You don't think you could do it with a hydraulic press?
No. Well, hydraulic press, I mean. Yeah.
2,
But try it.
3.
Try it. Anybody. I think it's 7 or 8.
They did it on Mythbusters. Yeah, they tried it on Mythbusters.
5.
They had like a massive one.
6 is doable.
What is the number? I forget. Is it 7 or 8? There's some number that apparently it can't be done. I think on Mythbusters they had a massive. It was like 100 feet wide sheet of paper. Remember that?
Huge. Yeah. I think they had one like the size of a football field or something.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit a huge
I'm stuck
one.
at 6.
Yeah.
I can't do anything. I can't do shit after 6.
It's crazy. Yeah, any piece of paper. Yeah, I think it has to do with the inverse square law or some. I forget what it was.
It must have something to do with as long as you're by 2,
Mythbusters are fuck faces. Though. Let me tell you something. That one where they debunked the Apollo moon mission debunking with the shadows and shit. They fucking used a light.
Yeah. Yeah, there are jokes in some things and most things. Apparently, those two guys
Actually,
hate.
you're roboting. You're roboting. He's driving in the backwoods of Canada to your mom's house.
Better? Testing.
You sound good now.
So,
You sound like
what I
you're
was
about to
saying
steal
is,
somebody's picnic basket.
apparently, two guys.
Nah, you're still a little robot-y.
Yeah, I'm not exactly home yet.
Buffin's needle problem. Check that one out, SC.
Buffin's needle?
Yeah.
Give us a little rundown.
It's the thing of how you get pi from throwing a needle at a piece of paper. You can calculate pi like that.
That's great.
Like it just shows up naturally. There's no circles at all, just all straight lines, and you can get pi.
How the hell does that happen? I definitely got to check that out.
Like pretend you had a sheet of white ruled paper, you know, with the lines going down it, and then you had a little tiny stick that was as long as the width of the lines, and you just keep throwing it at the paper, and you just count, and you just keep track. It's either gonna the little stick or whatever you're throwing at the paper. It's either gonna cross the lines, or it's gonna land in between the lines, and you keep track of that every throw, and then at the end of it, you divide one of the numbers into how many times it landed inside the lines or something by how many times you threw it, and the more you do it, it comes out to be pi.
How many throws? How many throws? How many sticks you got to throw? Am I still roboting?
My bad, I'm back. What were we saying?
I was asking you how many sticks you got to.
You just throw one stick over and over again, and the more times you do it, the closer you get to pi.
A certain number? Oh, one? You mean one stick? Or you have multiple sticks? Got to work on your delivery, bro.
You got one stick and a sheet of paper with lines on it. You throw the stick. It's either going to cross the lines or land in between the lines. You write down what happened. Hold on. You write down what happened.
I got that
you
part.
Throw
Okay.
the stick again.
Now one stick. Yeah.
Then you throw the stick again. It's going to land in between the lines or cross lines. You write that down. You keep doing that over and over again. The more you do it, the closer you get to pi.
And there's a formula to calculate. Okay, first time I hear that one.
I mean, you take the amount of times it landed in between the lines and divide it by the total number of throws, and then something like that. And then, just the more you do it, the more digits of pi you get.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't pi the relation between the diameter and the circle and the circumference? So how does throwing stick paper? I don't get it.
Exactly. That's why I found this so interesting. Yeah, there's no circles. It's all straight lines. Yeah, and you get pi. I don't even need a circle. I could give you pi with this method.
Okay.
Isn't a square 360 as well?
The angles, yeah.
You can get pi in a square then?
Don't know, bro. I don't think so, but I'm not exactly.
It's about squaring the circle.
I'm not a mathematician. As far as I know, pi is the relationship between the diameter and circumference, and that's it.
Doesn't it
And
come
it's a
from having to?
transcendental number.
It's the crusts of the pizza.
Yes.
But like,
exactly.
It's like every pizza is cut off into its own pure triangle, and so we're just measuring the crusts. How do you get it?
Yeah, there's
what was your way of getting it, Jeremy?
Sorry, what'd you say?
You said you throw a paper clip at it and it turns into pi. How did, or what did you say? Throw a pin at it?
Watch the, yeah, watch it. It's called Buffin's needle problem. I don't know why it's a problem, but I posted it in the chat. It's a couple. I post two TikToks. It's the first one I posted. Yeah, it's the TikTok I posted with the lines, and there's a sheet of paper, and there's a line on it.
Doesn't it have something to do as well with like the number of divisions that you're making within squaring the circle? Like if you just take quadrants, isn't it pi basically 4? I've heard it explained that way. Perhaps I'm not explaining it correctly.
I'll post another way to get pi. It's this crazy physics way. It's pretty neat. I'm very interested in the crazy ways to get pi. Not mathematically, but like, some real deal shit like that Buffin's needle thing. I mean, this one's less real, but it's kind of neat still. It's how many collisions a mass will make. Oh, you could watch it if you're interested.
Have you seen that triple one Brown video where if you have like
the one you mean the one I just posted?
Let me see. Yes, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope. Is there any other ways?
Efficient one.
Besides that and Buffin's needle, what other crazy ways are there to get pi?
Oh, there are probably many.
Well, I mean, not like doing some goofy math shit, like some real life shit.
Well, that thing you can't do in real life. The
frictionless one, yeah. That's why I'm not too impressed with that one. It's still neat, but
yeah,
the Buffin's needle one. Do you know about Buffin's needle?
Never heard of that one.
Scroll up. It's the first TikTok I posted recently.
Right.
It's got the lined paper, and then there's like a little needle on it.
3 past the hour.
Watch that one. That one's dope.
Math letters on TikTok. That one. Oh, you posted many.
Yeah,
the last
it's
one
the
you posted?
top one. The first one. It's the top one. The top. I posted 2 of them. It's the top one.
Okay.
That second one's neat. That second one is how you can put a whole book in one notch of if you have a stick and I put a notch in it, if you knew the code, that could represent a whole book.
What's a notch?
Which is pretty neat. Like a notch, and it's like if you just had a knife and you just put a little tiny notch, like a little cut slit mark in a stick. But yeah, check out that Buffin's needle one. That shit's fire.
Watch the
if you
first
come
one.
across any other like that, I want to see it.
All right.
I'm not really crazy about these numbers things, but when pi starts popping up crazy like that, then it piques my interest.
Oh, I think I know. I'm getting why this one you sent is going to work.
What's up?
I think I understand why this one is going to work to get pi.
The Buffin's needle one? Why?
Yeah. Well, let me finish the video, then I'll try to explain. Right, because you have a I'm not sure the exact answer, but like there's going to be a random orientation for the needle.
And it ultimately ends up being a circle. Yeah.
Yeah, if you combine all the possible orientations, you get a circle. So you're gonna get the average. Like how often the needle falls within two tiles. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not sure exactly why, like how you get pi, but I'm sure it's related to the fact that you get a random orientation when it falls on the floor. You know.
My bad. I was on a call. What would you say?
I said I don't know exactly how you get pi, but I'm pretty sure it's related to the fact that it falls in a random orientation.
And all possible orientations of that stick would be a circle of the needle. Yeah. That makes sense. The thing with the mass was neat too about why that gets pi. That was fucking crazy.
The second one?
The brown and blue one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
the physics one.
I think I never understood that
crazy.
one. Yeah,
Well, he made a bunch of videos on it, and and one of them he explained it has to do with the conservation of energy and shit. It was crazy.
Yeah, I saw a video where he explained it, but I didn't understand. But I was fine with not understanding that at the time. It still looked cool, even though I didn't fully understood it.
Yeah, if you ever come across any crazy ways to get pi, now I'm interested in this. I couldn't stop searching last night. I was up till
Right.
fucking 3 a.m. searching for weird ways to get pi.
Right. There was I think there was a Veritasium video where you throw arrows. Not arrows. How do you call those tiny arrows?
Bolts?
Darts. Throw darts.
Darts. Okay.
And like without looking, you draw a square. Oh, well, you have to draw a circle too, and then you count how many falls is within the circle and how many falls outside the circle. It's good divided by 4, something like that. And then you get pi.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll watch the second one. Oh, yeah, this one is obvious to me.
Have you ever researched phi, Jeremy?
Phi is not as useful. Yeah,
No,
this
but it's
second,
amazing.
yeah, the second one you sent it to me is not that surprising. Like I already had that idea in mind. Still cool, but it's something I already had in mind. Like you can find any story ever written somewhere inside of pi. Pi contains all possible finite any irrational number contains all possible finite patterns. So you can encode a text whatever way you want. It must be somewhere inside of pi, inside of phi, inside of Euler, all those numbers. You're going to find that encoded somewhere within that number. There's even a website where you can search for words inside of pi. So you pick an encoding and you write the word, and it will search through pi and find which position that word happens. The longer the word, the longer it takes to find.
Well, couldn't you do the same thing with Fibonacci numbers?
Well, no, Fibonacci numbers is not irrational. It's a sequence. I'm talking about like irrational numbers. So you can pick any irrational number, and that pattern is going, like any pattern is going to be there. Any pattern you want. It's just mathematically guaranteed.
No, the one I posted was how you are you talking about the one I posted about how you can put a whole book in one notch on a stick?
Yeah, it's the same idea. Like you encode the whole information in a number, and you use that number to pick a position on the stick or whatever the word you use.
I don't know. Like successive Fibonacci numbers are not repeating, and it doesn't end.
Yeah, but it's a sequence. We're talking about like a single number.
What?
Talking about a single number, a irrational number, not a sequence of numbers. Fibonacci is a sequence, not a number, right?
What's the biggest pi number you think you can work with? How many digits?
Biggest pi number?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You can search all the pi.
Oh, all digits, you mean? Yeah, all figures?
I'm just saying, man, like, it's infinite versus infinite. You're going to say you can find a secret word in pi that you can't find in phi? Give me a break.
I don't get what you're saying. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Fuck it.
But you have to be having like an insanely precise way to measure.
What the fuck are you talking about? You have infinite numbers to deal with.
I'm
You
talking
could
to
find
Jeremy about his video. I don't know why you're responding to me.
I thought you were talking to me, and I was like, "Why is you
And
responding to
they
me?"
do pi
We're breaking up, Jeremy.
to 12.
Yeah, he's gonna get my message in my warning in 2 minutes.
10 trillion.
Till then,
digits
we're
or-
gonna hear him roboting.
Yeah. Anyway, like phi and pi are pretty much like they cross over.
It's freaked out though, the proportionality, how it works, huh? It's like this is pure evidence of design, creation. Yeah.
It's sort of a fractal process because we're just like iterating the same process over and over, and the result gets different. We can change the number base. That won't really matter. We'll still see patterns develop because we're just iterating the process. But the average is interesting, and yeah, the way that I deal with it is fairly different than what most people are familiar with. So I won't get into that. But suffice it to say, it is an incredibly complex number, full of incredibly complex numbers. And it really just arises out of the fact that we use a base 10, and then we get what we think Fibonacci is, or what we would identify as Fibonacci. If we were using a different base system, we'd have different numbers coming up.
It's the same numbers, just different encoding for the number. It's the same number, dude.
Listen.
It's just a different encoding.
Yeah, if you do like, yeah, it's not though. Okay, not the same numbers. If it was the same numbers, you would only do it once for all base systems.
Same number, not same digits.
Oh my gosh, what are you saying? It's equivalent in the system?
It's the same
Well, you
number.
don't have a base 10.
It doesn't have the same encoding. Like using digits is just a way to encode numbers. It's not what
I
the
don't know
numbers
if
are.
I don't think you're correct.
Dude, it's like class 1 in computer science. But you're trying to explain me something.
I'm trying to explain Fibonacci patterns.
No, by saying
different base systems.
Yeah, changing the base system. It's not a different number. It's
Yeah,
just a different,
the Fibonacci numbers are
different
different.
encoding.
The fucking numbers are fucking different.
Okay, dude. Okay, you're right. You're right.
Do you think 21 is a Fibonacci number within
you're right, you're
hexadecimal?
right.
Do you think so?
You're right, dude. You're right.
I know I'm right. They're equivalent in the series to their base system, but they're not equivalent numbers. They're not equal digits.
They don't have the same representation. You're using different representations or different encodings for the same numbers. They're not different numbers. They're different
because you're looking at it in a series. No.
It's just like
it doesn't work like that. You don't understand base systems.
I do.
You don't.
Yes,
you don't understand set theory, and because you don't understand set theory, you're not understanding fucking number theory.
I know.
It's very simple.
I know number systems. I know number system really well.
Great. Sure, you spent a lot of time focusing on that, particularly with all of the applications you use. You're considering the basic fundamentals, foundations of counting shit and coming up with number systems.
It's a glorified bean counter.
Well, you know that there's a reason that we utilize like certain sets of numbers, right? Like for RAM, even. For degrees in a fucking circle. You understand those things, right? Or are you going to just tell me that they're modulatable, whatever values? Okay. There you go. I don't know. I think pi sucks, and I think sigma octantis is a weak pole star. Opinion-wise.
Sigma octantis what?
I just said it's weak. It's not strong.
Yeah,
like
magnitude
ours.
is 6.8. It's a little bit below the threshold of human vision.
Like I wouldn't even feel like I was living on a hemisphere if I had such a weak piece of shit star like that. Calling that
You
my
don't need a
center.
star that have a hemisphere. You don't have that in the north, the other hemisphere either.
In the southern hemisphere.
In no hemisphere you have a star right at the center.
Your pole star sucks. Weak.
Your pole star is not in the center.
Does that
Sigma
mean your
octantis
pole
is
star is not in the
close.
center also?
Yeah,
I'm
mine
gonna
is
have
in
to
the
side with Snacks on this one. I'm gonna have to side with our pole star. Will fuck your pole star up.
Thank you, Jeremy. You would need like 3 of your pole stars to fuck with ours. And you're gonna be like, the magnitude is 6.5, and I'm gonna be like, show me.
During the debate with Nathan Thompson, he mentioned the structure where there's a hole, you could see Polaris through it. It's a very old structure. It would imply Polaris didn't move. And it turns out
he was probably talking about the the stones that just got knocked down. Fuck.
Georgia guys.
Yeah. Yeah, so it turns out that
Georgia guys.
What's the name of the stones? Hold on.
Georgia
Guidestones. There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah,
Georgia on your mind.
It turns out that's from the 80s. So like, what the fuck? Who cares if Polaris could
It's an
sit by the
ancient
same
configuration. Go
hole
ahead.
built in the 80s? No, that's from the 80s, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you now.
Yeah.
What about it? What do you reference? So whatever, you can see Polaris through it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like thousands of years old.
So you're saying it hasn't moved since the 80s?
Yeah, but like no, I mean, it haven't moved enough to, like the position in the 80s and the position now is practically the same.
Yeah.
Let me check the almanacs. I don't think it changed by more than, I don't know, 10 arc minutes or something.
That sounds significant.
Yeah, but have you seen the size of that hole? There's a lot more than 10 arc minutes you can fit there.
What does that mean on the ground? Like 300 feet? I don't know. It's not much.
No, each arc minute is a nautical mile.
Oh, they are. Second.
1 second.
Part
Okay, I'll
down
go
the way.
get to 2023. Let me see. 2023. Let's see. So now the declination of Polaris is
Like you can't understand anything.
89.8. Check the 80s.
I'm sorry. Say it again. I was going on.
I'll check the 80s. Well, the oldest one here is from 1981. Let me see.
All right. George, you guys sounds sure. I just want to shit talk Pi a little bit more. Make me feel happy.
1889, 10.9. Let me see the current one. Looking the wrong page. 89, 21.9. So it changed by 10. No, 11. 11 arc minutes. That's how much it changed since the beginning of the 80s to this year. 10 arc minutes. That's in the declination. So the hour angle might have changed more. Yeah, it changed by several degrees. But that doesn't matter that much for Polaris. 12 degrees. Changed 12 degrees in radius changed.
You could have been born in the northern hemisphere with a cool pole star.
Yeah, but not with the cool people.
Be born with the dim.
You want me to bring the conversation full circle about Pi?
Hey, you have a very bad mic.
Yeah, I'm in the car. So I did grow up in a place with a very cool relation to Pi. I grew up in St. Louis, which shares Pi Day with STL Day because the area code for phone numbers in St. Louis is 314. So 314 was always St. Louis Day as well as Pi Day, 314, March 14th. There we go.
Interesting.
And that's in St. Louis, Missouri?
Misery loves company.
Yeah, well, that's a tough drive, driving through that state. Lots of hills.
Yeah. Yep. Not as hilly as many other states, but a lot of people think it's flat in Missouri because it's in the middle of the country, but it's actually not very flat in Missouri.
I had car troubles in Missouri. I think I got across about half the state in neutral going downhill. No joke.
Nice.
Then I saw that seatbelt about dying so many times. The billboards, there's just billboards like, "Hey, seatbelt save lives," and it was like, "Hey, have you called your mom today?" Like, I don't know, they just get progressively worse. Like, oh shit, maybe I'll pull over at the rest stop and call a tow truck. But anyway.
Yeah, Missouri's actually not too bad to drive through. Like if you're coming through Illinois, which is flat, then you hit Missouri, which actually has hills and curves and shit, and then you go through Kansas, which is flat, and then Colorado, which is flat, until you hit the Rockies.
Kansas was the windiest state I've ever driven through, ever.
Oh,
just driving into it. I swear I got like half the gas mileage.
So we used to drive from St. Louis to the Rockies to go skiing a lot, and you would get noticeably better gas mileage coming back than going there, but you wouldn't realize it because you're going through Kansas and most of Colorado, which appears to be just flat as can be, but you're actually slowly gaining elevation. And by the time you get into Colorado and hit the foothills of the Rockies, like you've gained a decent amount of elevation, even though it's pretty much a flat drive. So going there, increasing in elevation slowly, and then coming back, basically you're downhill the whole way. You actually get better gas mileage, like a tank less in gas.
Oh wow. Yeah, what do you think? You're from Florida, right? Kansas gets all this cred for being so flat. Florida is flatter by average.
Yeah.
In fact, you're only like 1 T away from initializing FLA. You just need a big T at the end of it.
FLA T, baby. Yeah, Florida is super flat, and like not just flat, but very close to sea level. I live in a pretty high elevation for the state of Florida on average. I actually live at almost 60 feet above sea level, which is huge for the state of Florida.
Let me know when you come off that mountain, dude.
Yeah, it's a huge mountain.
I was thinking about branching out with the yam thing from earlier. I don't know if you guys have had your fill of yams today, but
hell yeah,
we do one up north called New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, baby. Hell yeah, I like it.
And we anchored one in Florida called Miami.
Miami.
And this is like, I think we just slowly soft take over America. And we call it Yeah America. What do you think?
Say we do it.
All right.
Yamtopia taking over.
It would connect like from city to city like tubers, underground. Right?
It's not a tuba.
Tuber.
We call it the all-seeing potato, right? So many eyes.
I'm running so freaking late for my hockey game.
You're playing hockey?
Yeah. I was playing soccer. My soccer game got started late, which meant that I even left my soccer game early and still running late for my hockey game. My game starts in 10 minutes and I just got to the parking lot.
Are you going full Gretzky in this one, or are you going to take it easy?
I'm going full Gretzky, baby. It's playoffs. I got to contribute. Got to contribute.
Remember, fake left, fake right, fake left again. Then do the thing.
Do the thing. I'm gonna need to. Not to brag or anything, but I am the leading points guy on the team, so they kind of need me.
Shake and bake.
You're there. Do they call it a striker also in hockey? I'm not familiar with hockey. Do they call it a striker in soccer in America? I'm not sure.
Hockey. Hold on, I dropped my phone.
No, I don't know. What do they call the point guy?
There's not really point guy. There's the center and there's winger.
Okay.
All right, I'll catch you guys after the game.
All right, man.
Adios.
All right, good luck, man.
The puck out of here. Ooh, I like that. Picked up some infrared lenses. See how that goes. Somebody's on stream. Why? It's Dashbo.
Well,
Did you learn some new XRP situations?
not really. I kind of knew all that stuff already.
Yeah.
The Jim Cramer one was kind of interesting, though.
What's Jim Cramer saying on this matter?
Well, they're calling him his news that he just came out with, the kiss of death, because essentially we've been using everything he says to the opposite, and because everything he says is going to happen comes out to be absolutely wrong. But unfortunately, he came out saying that he thinks that the SEC is going to lose the Ripple case. So everyone's just like, ah, fuck.
Oh, what that means it's going to go the other way?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what they're implying. But I don't know, it's kind of a joke.
Huh. Well, what does that do to the average investor that's not like super hip to this? They're like, oh, maybe I should get in on XRP now before it gets
Well,
so popular.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's kind of like what the average person hears and hearing that, but I mean, he has come out supposedly twice from what that video said, saying that XRP is a scam. So,
okay,
and that's a CNBC freaking major host right there, like selling FUD,
Whoa.
fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
I don't know. It's weird. Like I think in the beginning, Jim Cramer's reads were actually accurate, and he seemed like the guy who was really capable of forecasting the market or seeing things in the market. You know. But then not so much. It's almost like the you can only do that for so long anyway before somebody's gonna just like bump into you and let you know something.
So. Can't just walk around fucking having that your slogan, you know.
I mean that for anything. Like even if you like were great at forecasting who was going to win and lose in a sports or something like that, if you're getting on TV and doing it all the time, it's like accidentally somebody's going to bump into you and just like let you know that maybe you should stop being right so often. I don't know. It's just nature. So we got to figure Jim Cramer's a triple agent.
I don't know, dude. It's hard to say. You never know. He's definitely giving bad advice lately. So.
Well, is there any way in which like this could get dragged out further, and maybe like not resolve itself until the summer or something?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a fucking possibility, but
Or that
yeah,
forces may seek to conspire to have it sync up with some other type of crypto event.
what do you mean?
I don't know, like a Bitcoin halvening or something like that, you know?
Yeah, man, I don't have a crystal ball, but from the looks of it, it looks like it's coming to a head.
Do you think Bitcoin's going to half again soon?
I don't know. I don't really follow Bitcoin anymore. It's just not really alluring anymore like it once was.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't. Yeah, I just feel like it's the pace car for the entire crypto world. Like
I think it's propped up, to be honest.
Well, yeah.
I think it's artificially propped up by Tether.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Just every time it halves, it kind of gets more scarce. So, like, because it already has value, it's likely not to lose it at this point. It's got crypto momentum.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what can you really do with it, dude? It's fucking clunky. It's
Oh, we'll save it for the other people that are just have their billions hoarded up into it. You know what I'm saying? But that's like a big anchor for the crypto market. Anyway,
I think it's gonna do fine for the moment because there's a whole bunch of people that don't understand crypto very well, and all they think is that Bitcoin's the top one because it's in the number one spot.
Right.
So, yeah, like I read the market off of that by how educated the market is. So
it's just like when people do well with that, then they might diversify out to something else, or try pivot or something. If like all the action's already done, pivot to something else maybe.
yeah, I would just I just focus on utility and price points. You know what I mean? Like look for something that's got high potential. Like Bitcoin's kind of already had its run. Like there's plenty of other things that are vastly undervalued to where if things
Yeah,
go
let's say
through,
like
then yeah.
like there could be like a quick Bitcoin spike, let's say, or whatever, and then whatever people still want to invest, and they might see higher. I don't know. Things
Would you
usually
rather?
have to kind of like avalanche in a weird way to kind of like really get some action happening in the market.
Yeah, I mean, just look at what's happening with the traditional banks. It's like all that's just pushing people further into things like this. To secure themselves. But I don't know. I mean, what's the most Bitcoin could do? Like, really, like, let's just say it doubled itself. Would you rather? Would you rather
Okay.
double your money or
It's not
200x your money?
No, I'm just saying like that's not even what I'm considering as a play. It just means that there's money moving around, and maybe not all the time is it happening at that degree. Just the market volume is higher. People are, winning and losing at a high rate. So it's possible that they might dump it into another
Well,
currency or something.
overall, the market cap overall is like down from its all-time high. So, but I think once this court case gets figured out with Ripple, I think we're going to see a new all-time high in the market cap.
Okay.
Like within a short period of time. So I think everything's riding on this court case right now.
Yeah. So that's not without influence either, right?
Oh, that has massive influence over the entire space at large.
And there'd be like people interested in it that are really close to the matter, trying to put some pressure on it one way or the other.
Right. I mean, you're looking at it from the retail market, but like
I'm looking at it from reality.
Well, yeah, but the reality only is geared for the retail market right now. So the commercial market hasn't even stepped into the scene, and that's where all the money's at. So we're just early to the party. That's all. The party hasn't even started. You know what I mean? We're
I don't
just
know.
over
I
here
feel like
shoving hors d'oeuvres in our pockets.
I don't know. It's not like street money disposable income is at some kind of crazy high right now. So I don't know how many people are going to be trying to be crypto adopters. After the wave of Dogecoin, I think those types of people might stay away from it. But that's what I'm saying. Like within the crypto market already, I don't know.
Well, it's like the
I'm just
Wild West right now. You got look at the
Sure.
traditional market. You had SVB go down, and what happened prior to them coming out officially? You had CEOs taking fucking pensions. You had you had people selling their stocks that were invested in it. You had all sorts of insider fucking activity going on. You know, the whistle was blown, which is all illegal, highly illegal. It's like the Wild West over here right now, bro. And it's not just crypto; it's all around, dude. So the regulators are supposed to be the ones like perceiving all these things, and they're doing a horrible job, dude. When the average investor can come out and call things prior to it happening, like major events, and they're not being heard, and the regulators aren't saying anything, just like letting these debacles fucking transpire, like it makes us look bad. It makes crypto look bad. So I think it's all intentional. Like they're trying to sell the fear, uncertainty, and doubt so that people are leery not to even look into it. And that's giving time for the institutions to gear up to get on board, because right now they can't legally play any part. They can't legally hold crypto. So, but that's all going to change after this lawsuit.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, could be a turning point.
Yeah, I mean, how much money do you think the retail market has versus the commercial? I mean, it's a big difference there, dude.
I honestly don't know, man. I don't think the appetite is there like it was.
It's all set up for them. I mean, this entire space is built for their needs and demands. So, like, of course, they're going to be the biggest player and investor in it. So if us as just the private sector does 1.3 trillion on a bad day, 3.2 trillion on a good day, imagine what the fucking commercial banking institutes are going to put into it. I mean, that's where all the big money's at. You're talking that whole space, the entire space is going to explode with them coming into it, dude. So, but whatever. A lot of people aren't thinking about these things, They're caught up in the fucking Trump indictment or some fucking weirdo fucking refraction shit or.
I get you.
This is the pivotal moment for fucking you and I, man. This is the biggest thing to happen to humanity as far as how we do currency in the history of humanity. It's going to be the biggest wealth transfer to ever take place. And everyone's over here fucking preoccupied with fucking twiddling their thumbs or doing some dumb shit. They're not looking at the sign on the wall. You got fuck 1% of the population invested in crypto, dude. I think it might even be less than that, actually.
Yeah, I've never messed around with it. Just try to learn different things about it.
Oh, fucking don't wait till the boat leaves, bro.
No, that's exactly what I'll be doing. Since I turned down Bitcoin at a quarter, I just figured that was my ticket. I turned it down.
Dude, don't feel bad. I
I'm
knew
not
about
chasing that shit.
Bitcoin when it was 12 cents, bro, and I had $2,000 to purchase it. I just had nobody to help me. So
Yeah,
don't feel bad,
I
dude.
well, I did. I had somebody that would have just done it for me, like right there and then, pretty much. He was like a high level like security tester for different websites and stuff like that. He told me about the whole thing, and I was like, "This sounds like an infomercial. I don't want to be part of this." You know what I mean?
Had I known that guy, dude, I would have gave him a portion of my money just to help me, dude. That's how much I wanted it, because I knew. It would have been 24,000 Bitcoin, bro. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I don't try to do that actually.
I tried to crunch the number, dude, and it like wouldn't even compute. I started getting like letters popping up and shit on the calculator. It's like, you're a dumbass. What can you do, man? Just live and learn, bro. You know, maybe it wasn't your time. Maybe it's this time.
I'd be happy if there was like black going on crypto, and I'd probably get in the crypto art scene, because if there was like a big bustling crypto market that was really doing well and healthy, then it could support an art scene. But I don't know, man. It's like I'm just I'm not jumping in, not doing double dutch right. I'm like, I haven't gotten into it before, so I got enough things.
Don't be your own worst enemy. It doesn't take much to get into it. It's not like you gotta fucking completely understand it. It's just download the app, fucking buy it, and forget about it. That's about it, bro.
Yeah.
You know,
Not
don't
for me,
overcomplicate
man.
it.
Not for me.
Snacks, what if this moment is like the moment when you could have bought those Bitcoins?
Yeah.
Meaning, like, if a lot of these are going to explode and multiply massive amounts, even having a somewhat moderate amount of money in some of these could be as much as it would have been if you could have bought, 10,000 Bitcoins for 10 cents each, or, back.
Wow. I mean, yeah, I guess I'll kick myself twice as hard.
So don't do it. Just learn, bro.
I mean,
Just
what
learn.
else? What else could I do but kick myself? Like maybe 3 times as hard. I don't know, but right. And then I had people talking to me, telling me, yeah, it's like it could be. Yeah, it might work out like that. I don't know.
Think about someone around you, dude, that could use that fucking for something. I don't know. Maybe something pops up and they need a fucking surgery or something. You know what I mean? Just think about what you could do to help others if you're not going to think of yourself.
No, I'm not doing that.
I almost just choked on my bong load.
That's like why don't I just go buy 3 scratch offs a day or buy Powerball every week?
Well, no, that's what you're doing. It's like literally the everlasting gobstopper lotto tickets, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like imagine if you can go buy a lotto ticket, and as long as you keep that lotto ticket, you can just keep playing that lotto ticket. So as many lotto tickets as you buy, they just never expire. They just go into the next roll. Think about that.
I don't know. Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I mean? Like the possibility is always there for each lotto ticket that you purchase.
Yeah.
To fucking be the winning ticket. Maybe the odds decrease as the days go by, but it's ever so possible.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think Shiba Inu was going to do so well. Turned out I was fucking wrong. But, turns out like you wouldn't want to hold on. Would you still want to hold on to that? Would that be something you still want to? Would you maybe you just get out of it at a certain time? There's like a high point,
So what I learned, what I learned is you never sell all of the bag. Like it took me a few times doing that.
Yeah.
Like I did it with Solana. I had a bunch of Solana when Binance offered it, and they were like the only ones to offer it, and it was super cheap, and I had a shit ton of it.
Yeah.
And I wanted to consolidate everything and get off of Binance because I didn't like that little Jing Pao dude or whatever. So I fucking sold everything off of Binance, and unfortunately, no one that I transferred to offered Solana to like hold it. So I sold it all at some fucking stupid price. Had I kept it, bro, oh god, I would have had a lot of.
Right. It's like what?
So I learned
at
on
what point? Yeah, but it's like if you had bought all those bitcoins and stuff like that, did you? I guess you would have learned not to sell them all. I guess, but like, yeah, like when's the jump out
you
point?
learn.
Like,
well, you never jump out completely. You know what I'm saying? It's what you do is you just dollar cost average in, and you dollar cost average out. Like you find little certain price points as it goes up that you're going to sell a predispositioned amount. You know what I mean? So you exit as that thing peaks.
yeah,
But you never completely exit.
Requires good timing all the time. But was it just like that's just like to rebuy on the dip or something?
Well, yeah, that's
in the game.
that's what you want. You want to acquire as back as possible so that you can have a bag of, a stable coin sitting aside to buy the dip back, and then repeat the process. Rinse and
So what's like if Bitcoin is like, I don't know, I know you said it's clunky, it's useless, I get it, but like what's the most next desirable one? Would be Ethereum?
What's the next what? Which one?
The next most high value and desirable investment long term with like some stability to it with
So are you talking about the current conceptual perception, or are you talking about my personal?
I guess just whatever somebody stupid like me might think, but
that would be Ethereum.
Okay, right. You'd be like that would be like the Pepsi blue chip.
Right.
Sort of. Okay. And what does XRP stand to become in all this?
As far as what?
Like if the court case goes well, everybody's got their fingers crossed, everything goes to the moon. Where does XRP wind up in this map? Does it bump Ethereum out of the running? Is it like number 3? Is it number? I don't know. Where does it get in there?
Meaning, well, I got a kind of like a bias towards, the situation, obviously, because I'm invested into it. But I would say it moves back to, I think it was at number 3 for a while. So maybe it moves back to like number 3 or number 2 position, and then eventually flips Bitcoin for the number 1 position.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, like it'll eventually
that's
be in the
pretty
number
drastic.
1 spot. Yeah.
You think it's eventually going to be in the number 1 spot? Like it's
well,
a matter of
you
time.
got to understand. Yeah, you got to understand it's going to be the only crypto that's going to be arguably the most legal crypto to work with, because they've already gone through the legal trenches and came out, with some formal regulatory clarity as to how to perceive it. And all other crypto is subjected to scrutiny by, the commodities or the securities, authorities. So, and they don't want to let anything slip past them. So they got this big net out, just scouring the waters that's passing by them, so to speak, and dragging everything into court and exchanges alike. Even Ethereum's going to have its day in court. Oh yeah. Well, Ethereum got a backdoor deal. Most people aren't aware of that, but that's the only reason why Ethereum number 2 spot, because it got a backdoor deal to operate where everyone else was either getting shunned, ignored, or sued. So, and then when you look into why that is, you realize that a lot of the major players, well, at least two of the major players in Ethereum, have had past
development work
endeavors. Well, they've had past endeavors with Gary Gensler, who's the current chair of the SEC.
Oh, okay.
So they've worked together in the past. They've done things together. They know each other. So when you got good old buddies, in the right spots at the right time, making the right things happen, while everyone else is getting kicked down the road, it's like, I don't know.
Now, do you think some kind of nepotism or friendships or something like that could fuck this up to keep Ethereum at a higher place or whatever?
I think Gary Gensler's days are numbered, and I think he knows it. I think a lot of people know it, and I think he's probably gonna resign as quick as possible after this whole fucking thing is over, and that way he can try and evade any scrutiny from everyone else, plus the his endeavors with Ethereum.
All right. Okay.
So yeah, a lot of corruption.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think so, right? There's a lot at stake here.
Oh yeah, a lot at stake here. Elon just tweeted, where is it? Let me pull it up and read it verbatim here. He said, this is very serious. XRP solves the problem. Yeah, I don't know. There's been a tweets from like high profile people signaling shit about XRP. It's kind of interesting.
So XRP solves the problem because it's low fees, easy to move.
What's that?
It solves problems of fees and speed.
Yeah, I mean that's some of the attributes for sure, but I think at principle it solves the liquidity crisis. It's
What's that?
Yeah. Basically, there's not enough short-term cash at hand, so there's a cash crunch, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when banks don't have the necessary funding, to distribute, then there's an issue, and that creates panic, which then creates a ripple effect, coincidentally, and then yeah, people start fucking going to the banks fucking in mass amounts to pull their money out before their money gets frozen, their assets get frozen. Yeah, it's not good. It's been happening around the world.
What's the what kind of a token is it?
I think it's its own blockchain. I think.
Is it like an ERC20 type?
No, I don't think it runs on Ethereum. I think it's its own ledger.
Oh, my bad. Of course it would be. I just mean the smart contracts, though. It could have its own. I just mean like, what's it based? Does it have a smart contract feature? Yeah.
I could look it up.
Whatever. I don't really care. Just think it's interesting. Well, I guess what becomes interesting about what would be really interesting about it, like a stable coin. I don't know, man. Like, or yeah, it's basically like wrapping it in other things or finding different ways to utilize it. Yeah.
Participated in it at a certain date. They did a snapshot, and basically they're going to airdrop you a Songbird and Flare token based on the amount you had at that snapshot date. And then if you were to take that and delegate it and wrap it, I think like it does something with the amount that you receive. I don't know. I don't know too much about that part, but basically you can make a lot of money just doing that alone. I don't know. That's all beyond me, dude. I don't know how to do all that shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I wish that OpenSea shit didn't crash out and wasn't so scammy. Doing that, man.
Which one?
Well, it's like I'd be doing that, but like at this time, the fucking AI is so like it's so dope. Like who even cares about buying digital art anymore, right? There's still
Yeah, I
lots of
mean, I
silent
might have
that
its.
just
It might have its day, but I think it's still really early for all this. I think that'll come later once
Yeah.
all this shit gets ironed out.
Yeah, that's what I figure. Like in about 10, 12 years, like this shit will be like way super normalized, like into different streams of entertainment and just normal life stuff.
Well, they're definitely building out that metaverse. I don't know. Maybe there will be like some more like a practical application once that gets like better
That
engineered.
world kind of looks like shit. It kind of looks like Second Life, maybe a little bit better. I don't know, man. It's like they just sunk ungodly amounts of money into it. Kind of a flop, super flop, man. I don't know.
I think it was maybe a cool little idea that just kind of got blown out of proportion. But
It's
that's
like
just my thought.
I don't know what was really wrong with the whole Facebook model. That seemed to be riding pretty well. This feels to me like a failure, like New Coke or Crystal Pepsi. It's just I don't know. Something's off about
it. Right.
what? I don't know. You got all the CIA seed money, built a successful super spy program, and then just just turn it into Second Life. I guess. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure. Maybe that's the future of it. I guess that if we had the right appliance, that shit would be fire, right? Like if you had like a self like an iPhone, if when Apple makes like a VR headset, at that point shit will be set up right. Kind of what I think.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know, like with all like the new smart car shit coming.
Have you seen these like HDR drones and shit, or what they're called? No, they're not called HDR. They're just like live view. You can just like fly at 120 miles an hour with a set of goggles on. Pretty crazy. Like it's the end of high speed pursuit. Like you don't even need vehicles doing this anymore. Well, I guess you do eventually.
What do you mean? Like they got a smart box that just like kill a switch, like a kill switch or something?
Well, I don't know. That could be part of the future planning, but like, yeah, just like a drone can move like way faster than your car, or like it has faster pickup.
Oh yeah, they got drones you can buy that can fly around in.
I mean, some dude could be just at the fucking behind his desk. You know what I mean? On a set of VR goggles, like chasing people down on the speedway.
Yeah, they got some pretty badass ones. Black Fly, and then there's a couple others. They're like $50,000 to $100,000.
Oh yeah, no, I just mean like the racing drones that like do like 125. Maybe people make them faster. That's still fat. I mean, that must be quite a rush. You're like gambling with your $300 drone or whatever. Man, I can't wait till I get into that shit. Do all kinds of like AI generated stuff from like video capture with a drone and create like a 3D model of like a town or buildings or all kinds of stuff like that. That's cool.
I'm waiting for them to come out with 3D printed houses, mainstream.
Yeah. I don't really see that happening, but
They already do it. They can print like a whole house in like less than a day and shit.
Kinda.
Electrical, plumbing, windows, doors, everything.
In theory. It's not really.
No, they already do it.
Sorta. There's videos where they claim it. I don't know if anybody's got it like figured out like that though.
You haven't seen
Isn't
you
that
haven't
a
seen the videos where
one-story
they
house? I
print
mean,
it out, whatever shape you want and shit.
no, I know a lot about it. Mm. You got to have like a incredibly multi-layered robotic system to be able to like lay plumbing, do electrical work, put in conduit, lay concrete, put windows in. I mean,
Yeah.
like you can print a concrete form. You can do that for sure.
I don't think they're necessarily doing like the traditional materials, but yeah, like supposedly it prints all that shit out like in less than a fucking day, a whole house. Let me see what I can find. I think it only got better.
I
This was a long time ago when I looked into this.
Yeah, I mean, mainly I've seen like the larger setups like done in China, and I'm suspect with all that shit. And I'm also suspect with like their construction. They just lay a whole roof structure that's all concrete, and I'm like, I don't know.
I think it originated in India with some Indian guy.
Yeah, may have been. Yeah, I remember when that hit, and I was in that field, not for houses, but for Cartesian robots. So, yeah, there was only like a couple places that were, well, I mean, like universities where they were kind of experimenting on like how to, like that additives that you put into like a concrete mixture, how you have to create like basically like a 360 swivel nozzle, and then how you have to path your structure, because it's almost like using a big vinyl cutter in a way, because that's kind of a big like a vinyl cutter just has like a blade that kind of so it's on a swivel, and that's how the concrete spout goes. So like as it pumps it out, it's got to like be making this geometric pattern, and then it raises up like however thick the layer height for concrete is, but it try to like make like a weave structure or something like that. That's gonna have its own thing.
Here's a 3-minute video, and they claim they did this house in under 48 hours. Let's check it out.
Yeah. Well, like is that how structural is? I don't know, man. There's like lots of questions. It's because it's a lot of it has to do with, I think, how the concrete mixes. Although I'm not a concrete guy, probably ask Rocky. But you have to add stuff to make it fluffy, to make it like hold up on its own. So I guess you could do something like this with like a type of aero concrete as well, if it were thick enough to retain its walls. But like, essentially it's like a big machine that you need to make, like a big gantry style like machine. I just think probably traditional means it's all right too. Or you could do something with like molds. That would be pretty good too. Am I supposed to be watching this video? I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big gantry. I'm just... Yeah. Yeah, basically I'd make like a S curve kind of I-beam structure. I don't know about all that. Yeah, I get this, man. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, 3D printed houses. It's got a way to go though. And that's a big machine, man. What do you think that costs? Costs as much as a house, probably. Nah. Half? Small house. You hear me, man? Hello? Okay, so that's...
Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't talk. I couldn't talk while I was
Oh,
streaming.
I got you. Yeah, man. That's pretty much what I was explaining, I think. But yeah, you need like a big gantry style thing that, and it's got to be like the width of the house, and then it has to be, you have to be able to jack it up to the height of your house. So
For sure.
I think it's good for certain things, man. Like, wouldn't that be dope? Just like lay out a foundation plot. Like, do we need to fucking make walls? Because you could just like lay post holes
I
and
think it would
stuff.
be cool just to like design it all on the computer to like whatever shape and shit you wanted.
Yeah.
And then just to be able to have this like thing pull up and just like literally just print that shit out. I mean, and pull away and like after a few days, like it's pretty legit, dude.
Oh well, yeah. You know, I'm like I'm all into that. The 3D printing and stuff like that. I just it's a lot of mechanical bullshit that can go wrong with something like that, a rig like that size, and it's dangerous too, because right. But like, and you need like probably like a 5-man crew to run that thing. You know what I mean? Or more. You got to load it around. And, you know what I mean? So if you're like developing out like a block of houses, maybe that makes sense. But if you're just doing one house, it's like, yeah, I mean, you could, yeah, it could be the way people do things, but it's still a lot of concrete, man. And like you're putting it on in like thin layers, so like each one's got a cure, and then you've got, I don't know, does all that cure correctly? I guess so. I mean, they're claiming it does, but it's not like they were gonna. I mean, but they haven't like done a 20-year weather test on it, or put load on the walls, you know. So I don't know, maybe. But why not just like you could just print a foundation? That would be dope, you know. You have the whole layout.
Why would you have an above the ground house? You can have a below the ground house and above the ground.
Well, I'm also a fan of subterranean dwellings, but that besides, just the feasibility of making a house printer. Yeah, like I've definitely thought about like in detail like what I could get away with on a minimum basis. You know, because building something like that is audacious and requires like funding of some sort, right? It's not just like a hobbyist project right there, right?
Well, there's already people doing it though. Like, why not just employ them?
No, because I don't do stuff like that.
All right.
I mean,
well, fuck. If you have the capability of pulling that off, I mean, shit, more power to you, dude.
it's a track and the path. The pathing's the most important part here, and then creating like a that nozzle
Just
that
have a
turns.
just have a
that
crane,
turns
dude.
with.
A bunch of cranes that set everything up.
You just need like one track. If I had the right formulation of like aero concrete, then so much the doper, because then I can kind of make it a lot lighter duty, because it's just got to move foam. It doesn't have to move like solid mass, you know.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah.
So I mean, to me, I would do a hybrid method where you're utilizing as much as you can of for concrete pour, for the automation, and to also get your measurements right. You know what I mean? Just get your like landmarks all right. You know, right. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things about a concrete printer, but just the size of it is pretty daunting. So just trying to figure out something else that would work would be better.
Well, I would say like some sort of like high expansion type foam, where like obviously your material haul is going to be minimal compared to the expanse of it. Like once it, does what it does.
We've got like all different types of like concrete hybrids you could do with like recycled paper, recycled hemp fibers, on and on, right? There's probably a million of these things. Styrofoam, styrocrete, right? That's one too for like it's.
Yo, the hempcrete is awesome.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've seen that
shit's
one.
strong.
They had a blowtorch. They had a blowtorch to it when it wouldn't catch on fire.
Yeah, they got hemp in the at the bottom of the ocean, hemp rope from like over 100 years ago. That's strong as fuck. So, I mean, that stuff's like pretty resilient, dude.
No, we need to just be building houses out of shit. Whatever they made the pyramid out of, we should be building houses out of that, because I mean, we're always going to need houses. You might as well just make them to last fucking forever. You want to keep building houses over and over again?
Well, why won't you just core in a rock if that's the case instead of like building it?
Whatever. Yeah, they found a city in Turkey, an
Guarantee
underground
you.
city in Turkey.
Yeah, that place is dope.
Yeah, 20,000 people, had its own ventilation, natural ventilation and shit. They had fires for cooking in there. It was probably heat controlled from the geothermal mass and shit. So that's probably the best way to do it right there, honestly. Then you don't have to build anything. You just remove stuff. That's the shit.
Right, and if you do it right, with the geometry and shit, you can create all kinds of like wind drafts and shit to where everything's always like pretty fucking cool, because once you get below 6 feet, everything's like pretty much a stable temperature. So it's just like a matter of creating like an air draft through the system, and you get like.
Well, you want that stable temperature.
Yeah, I understand, but you want to pass that stable temperature throughout the rest of it that's above the 6 foot marker, so that the upper levels are cool too.
You could do like a reverse geothermal setup, since you would have more stable temperature underneath. You could play off the hot and cold or whatever seasonal temperature you had. Whatever the differential is, you could tune your system to it.
And plus, you want airflow. Saying like it's hard to get airflow without mechanical shit unless you design it in such a way that where the geometry creates these like high low pressure and differences throughout the entire system, so there's always a consistent airflow no matter.
No, that one in Turkey had the natural ventilation.
You're an ether scientist. Fucking Van de Graaff generator your fucking air filter. Maybe you could use electrostatics to move the air. I don't know. Maybe that's how the air is moving in these kind of situations. That's pretty cool. You need some kind of way to bring all this shit down. There's a guy with a channel. He's an English guy. He just makes crazy shit, and he just decided in the lockdown, he's like, I'm gonna just dig a tunnel from underneath my shed to my house. And so he just by himself, him and another guy, they dig a tunnel all the way. He outfits it, puts metal up, welds it. It's crazy. A lot of fun, actually.
I follow this guy, dude. He fucking bought a he bought a claim, a mine claim and shit, and basically dug it himself, and does all the framing, the inside framing and shit. And he shows himself like going through it with a metal detector and just like constantly pulling out fucking gold, dude. It's fucking awesome. He's got like a trolley system set up in there with like a track and everything, so he can like haul shit out. He's got it all set up, dude, like modern like, but still.
Did you say you got a claim somewhere?
Yeah, I've never been to it, but yeah, it's sitting there.
Why don't you check it out?
Because it's closed up and top's like sealed off, like with a lock where I can open it, but it's a 700-foot shaft straight down, and then the adits. There's 2 levels with adit access that I'd have to re-dig out, and then I'd have to pump out a bunch of water, and just there's like a lot of work, you know. I'd have to have
There's
like an
water in
overhead
there?
hoist. Yeah, there's water in there, so I'd have to have like an overhead hoist to like haul
just
material out.
no. Water's your friend. Just you should just make some kind of like underwater drill bot situation where it just like fucking just goes and collects like a trommel pump system. They just lower into there and then just, could you pump it all the way? 700 feet. That's a lot of pressure, huh?
Yeah,
Can't
but
put
there's, like I
your
said,
leg in.
there's multiple levels, so as long as I can dig out the adits, then it won't
If you
just
just
be
had
like I can exit at like the 300 or 400 foot mark.
Like a bucket system would work. You just have to run it up. So you just need a 700-foot bucket line.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I'd have to put in the work and shit. And the price of gold's like it's up there, but
where is it?
California.
Oh man, I can tell you if because I'm into crazy things where I could definitely like, you know, eat it. But like the yeah, New Perspective and I would definitely go out there and check it out. We like rocks.
Yeah, oh yeah, I love rocks, dude. I'm into fucking geology big time. There's a lot of whatchamacallit, like I guess they call them bugs or whatever, crystals and shit in the cave system. Like I've got a whole report on it. So
You like assays. So it's gold and other things too.
yeah, there's a few other minerals that run in line with it. So
Is it like nuggetaceous stuff or is it like flake?
I guess it's just like a giant quartz vein.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's like like I don't know all the different terminology per se, but like I don't know if it's I guess it's like fell out in a like I don't know geology
Is it
process, but
is it rutilated in there? Like is it like does it go through like little threads into the quartz or is it like what kind of quartz is it? Is it like clear quartz or milky?
yeah, it's that white shit, that milky white shit. Yeah, I guess it's like a pretty big vein that runs through it. It's like maybe 2 or 3 feet tall by, however long. But there was only 2 guys mining it before the war broke out.
How much
and
land
then they
is
never came
around?
back.
Is there land around it? Like you got like some room to set up like a little refining station?
And it's on 20 acres, yeah. And they had like a processing plant, like I guess a wash, like an aesthetic wash pit, and like they had a mill station and a few other things.
Oh, so there's like remnants of an old mining operation.
Yeah, it was active. It was
And it's on
active for a
20
while.
acres, bro?
Yeah.
And you own this shit?
Well, you never actually own it officially.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a mine claim, but technically, yeah, like I own the mineral rights to the property.
Okay.
So it's not that you necessarily own the land, although it is your land because you own the mineral rights to it. So it's
Could you
kind of
say
like,
camp out there and do a week of work
oh
or
yeah,
something? Okay.
oh, like if I wanted to put the money in, like I could fucking fence off the whole area and shit. But like nobody really does that stuff, you know. Like if you're gonna work it, then yeah, you pretty much stay there because it's like out in nowhereville. So like if you leave your shit, like there's a good chance you're gonna come back to like either it being destroyed or vandalized or taken.
700 feet. That's so far. But that's good. Keeps it safe.
Oh yeah, and it's got like a legit top system on it to seal it off and shit. So
Yeah. Well, if we ever do it, let's make sure it's way too hot.
well, that's only like I said, that's only when you're on the dude. Once you get down in there, dude, it's always a consistent, you know, like 62 degrees or whatever.
Yeah. Huh. Have you ever been to? No, you shouldn't have been there.
No, I mean I've been in plenty of other mines and caves and shit, so I know these things.
It's like straight down. That's crazy.
It's got over 2 miles of network, but yeah, like the main shaft is a vertical shaft. Yeah, they were pulling out fucking at $20 an ounce. They were pulling out 2 ounces per ton, and I forget how many tons they were pulling out per week, but you know they were making some money back then at $20 an ounce compared to what is it now, like fucking almost 2,000 or something, 19 or 1800 or something. You figure, you know, with the right
It's
equipment.
like 1,900.
Yeah, there you go.
2 G's an ounce.
There you go. So you figure with like the right mining equipment, you could easily do, you know, 3 to 5 tons a day. You know, so what is that? That's, let's just say
Yeah, but
three
with mining
tons,
equipment,
6 ounces.
if you're if you're moving 3 tons a day, though, that's big fucking money right there for your operating costs.
Like I said, you'd have to have the right equipment, but yeah,
Do
I mean,
that shit by hand. And don't be a little.
well, nah, this is hard rock mining, dude. You gotta be able to blow your shit out, you know, onto the
Dude, I'll
pan properly.
move 3 tons before breakfast. 3 tons before breakfast, bro.
We'll have D-Mock out there with a sledgehammer just busting rock.
No. Hell no. No, we
Fucking
need
kids
Democ.
these days, I
We
tell
need-
you, they're getting soft.
We need Democ to like uncover like the ancient pyramid building secrets, moving large stones, and he could just use his voice and just go home. You know what I mean? Like move shit around. Would work. Just imagining Democ in a hard hat.
And there was
Jeremy. Oh, there you go. You
pickaxe.
came in. No, you're fucked up. You're breaking up. But yeah, dude.
Yep.
Surprised there's not more people getting into mining and shit. Like it's like kind of like one of those long lost fucking arts, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. I watch a couple like different gold mining channels here and there.
Yeah, but a lot of those guys, they're doing placer mining. It's a little different.
I just watched one guy that does gold recovery refinery.
Nah, you're not coming in good, Jeremy. You jump out, jump back in.
He's not even. He's just. That's him from before. He's already muted.
Oh yeah, he's already muted. That's a trick.
It's bending of space time.
Gravity well.
Yep. Definitely what that is. But yeah, it's cool. You heat the shit up, you get it real hot, and then you get the gold out of it. That's what's up.
Oh, you're talking about refining gold down from like an alloy to pure gold.
Yeah. Sometimes they'll like add like lead to it.
I think it's like mercury and other things. Yeah, you gotta basically get the impurities to bond to something else, so it
like they'll use
separates
iron.
shit.
Sometimes they use iron. Different things, and yeah.
Yeah, that shit's toxic as fuck too, though. You gotta have like the right equipment.
No, yeah. We'll just keep a rebreather on.
Yeah, I wouldn't
And
be
then
doing that shit in the
after you
house.
get like that, then throw an upside down pyramid mold. You take the top off, and then you crucible that in like some bone porcelain, and that sucks up all the heavy metals, and then you're just left with a bead of gold.
Yeah, they're showing a lot of the gold that's getting traded in large amounts between countries is coming back like highly impure. There was like a huge scandal that took place, I think, like with China and somewhere else. People getting fucking tungsten fucking bars and shit coated in gold. Yep, there's gold in them hills.
We got a backup plan. So that's always good.
Yeah, I mean, most people want to invest in gold. I said, fuck it, I'll just buy gold. If it ever becomes something, you know what I mean? I'll just go fucking pull it out of the ground, dude. Doesn't cost a lot to fucking claim a mine, bud.
Oh, it costs a lot of money to rent all this shit.
Yeah, but if you got the claim, dude, then you know what I mean? That's half the battle.
Yeah.
You know, the rest is just fucking maybe partnering up or acquiring the equipment. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely seems like if there were water down there enough, like it would be cool. Like if you could throw a trommel down there, use the water, just pilot something around there to like suck up the silt and stuff, and start there with a collection. Yeah, because you could like basically just move concentrate and not be moving like raw stuff. But you'd need somewhere else to put your tailing down there. Maybe there'd be somewhere.
You haul that shit out, dude.
Yeah. Just build an underground house for yourself. Who's gonna bother you?
Build a fucking Darren Kuyu. What are you talking about, dude? 2 miles of network? Jeremy can have his fucking cave like they're talking about in Turkey.
You got a true man cave.
Straight up, dude. Grow some good mushrooms down there, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's I need to be tripping on mushrooms underground. Totally, this recipe for success. I'm trapped down here. There's only 2 miles. You can get 2 miles. It's just you can get out. Jeez, don't be such a weirdo. Be a long 2 miles, Jack.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'd have some kind of like crazy little fucking ore train or something down there.
Like a big mail tube. You're just getting a back at the bank and air powered. Boom.
Make it like a crazy ass roller coaster down there.
Yeah.
Just tripping balls riding the road all day.
And you thought mining was hard work. Trying to be underground roller coaster tycoon over here.
Okay. Yeah. Fucking A.
I was always fascinated by underground missile silo conversion houses.
Yeah, they got a couple of those Nike bases for sale. The old Nike bases and shit. Those are a trip, dude. There's one over here they're using by my place as a fucking training facility. So like they go up there, fucking just fucking shoot fucking massive rounds, dude. There's always like shell casings everywhere.
I think I saw one for like under $500,000. It's like 7 stories. Silo.
Oh, they were cheaper than that for a while there.
Yep.
It's cool because they're always tucked up in the middle of nowhere too.
Sometimes they come with like the old panels and stuff, and or I saw one with like a military truck that came with it.
You can go on like the government liquidation things and buy all the old trucks, dude. Fuck, at one point, dude, you can get an Oshkosh MK48, which is like a 500 turbo diesel aspirated freaking 8x8. So once you hook it up to the trailer, it's got a hydraulic drive, and it goes from 4x4 to 8x8. It's a $500,000 fucking rig, dude. And they were selling them for like, I think like 10 grand with like super low mileage. And then you could take it to the DMV and get it fucking registered. Drive it on the road.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do. We're not gonna be able to afford any kind of like new, bulldozers or that kind of shit. We'll just build them off of old military stuff. like A-Team style.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a lot of that equipment you can buy, dude. Fucking old school fucking military trucks. Fucking cheap, dude. Cheap. You ever tried fucking panning for gold or anything? It's not easy, dude.
It sounds like it would take forever.
Oh, panning for gold? Yeah. It's kind of a long ordeal, dude, unless you know what the fuck it is you're doing.
I mean, just you in a pan?
Yeah, you in a pan and, I mean, you know, some basic... My wife said she's gonna join Discord just so she could talk to me. It's fucking fun shit, dude. But yeah, dude, what up, Fundy?
Just chilling, bro. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm talking about gold mining. Terribly. How you feel about that?
About bullfighting? like Toro with the red cape?
No. Gold mining.
Oh, oh, my bad. Like I said, bullfighting. Gold mining, huh? Oh, like the 49ers out in California? Panning for some nuggets in here, river? I don't know. What's there to say about it? According to Zachariah Sitchin, the whole reason humans were genetically engineered to mine the gold from this planet.
Well, I definitely.
I don't know, man. If you've never done it, dude, you should try it. Fucking get a pan, dude, and fucking go to like a known area where there's said to be gold. When you see that shit in the pan, dude, and you pull it out, good feeling, dude. What you call free entertainment. But yeah, once they call it getting on the trail of gold because there is literally a trail of gold when you do like pretty much any type of gold mining, whether it's placer or lode. Uh, gold follows the helical flow of water and it follows out in a certain pattern. So once you find it in the pan, you can start then to follow which direction it's coming from, and you get on that trail, dude. And oh boy, then you're hooked.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Tell you where you should go if you want some gold, though. In July 2022, there's this big news article that came out where Uganda allegedly discovered gold deposits that equal like twice the amount of all gold that's ever been mined in history. Although it's been over half a year since then, and I haven't heard anything about it since then, which is strange. Kind of a huge story to come out for nothing really to come of it. Uganda should be the richest country in the world right now. Wonder what happened to that.
None of those African countries are gonna get
Yeah,
any
they
richer
don't fare
because
well.
of imperialism. Well, one point, and probably all the U.S. based companies, European based companies, probably some Chinese based companies that'll just absolutely extradite every single resource from them. Specifically, a nice example is Nigerian towns getting fucked over by Shell. Interesting nonetheless.
Hey, Fundy, I think Harp wants to know if you want to play poker with him.
I'm all good. Thanks for the invite, though.
I'm just joking.
I'm tired. It's been a long day. I'm winding down for the night.
They were getting pretty wild over there the other night, huh? Boys was getting crazy. Well, fucking A, dude.
Holla, holla.